Hey guys, tonight we begin a journey that will completely change everything you thought you knew about Christmas. Because here's the truth, and I mean this literally. If you travelled back 500 years to December 25th, 1523, you wouldn't recognise Christmas at all. No twinkling lights, no Santa Claus, no Christmas trees, no stockings hung by the chimney, no jingle bells, no presents wrapped in shiny paper. In fact, most of what we call traditional Christmas didn't exist. And what did exist? Well, that might shock you even more. So here's what I want you to do. Before we step through this time portal together, take just a moment to subscribe to this channel if you haven't already. Hit that like button, but only if this story truly moves you tonight. And I'm curious, where are you right now as you're listening to this? Your bedroom in New York? A cozy apartment in Seattle? Maybe you're driving through the Nevada desert. Drop a comment and let me know where you're joining me from. Now, dim those lights down low, maybe turn on a fan for that gentle white noise, get comfortable under your blankets, and let's travel back together to a Christmas that time forgot. Picture this with me. It's December 24th, 1523. You're standing in the cold streets of London, England, and I want you to really feel this. The air is so cold it burns your lungs. There are no streetlights, so when the sun sets around 4 p.m., the darkness is absolute. Not the kind of darkness we know today, where there's always a glow from somewhere, from a neighbour's porch light, from a distant gas station, from your phone screen. No, this is pure medieval darkness, the kind that makes you understand why people feared the night. And here's what would hit you first: the smell. Wood smoke, yes, but also raw sewage running in the gutters, unwashed bodies packed together, rotting food scraps, the metallic tang of blood from the butcher shops. This isn't a Hallmark Christmas movie. This is real life in 1523, and it's harsh in ways we can barely imagine. Now you might be thinking, okay, but surely Christmas made it special, right? Surely there was some warmth, some celebration, and you'd be partially right. But not in the way you think. Let me tell you about a real person. His name was Robert Wire, and he was a printer's apprentice in London. We know about Robert because of a letter he wrote that somehow survived 500 years, now kept in the British Library archives. In his letter, dated December 20th, 1523, Robert describes his upcoming Christmas. And here's what he says, and I'm paraphrasing from the Middle English here. He says he's looking forward to attending church services, to the feast his master will provide, and to the misrule and merrymaking that will follow. Now that last part, misrule, that's interesting. We'll come back to that. But notice what Robert doesn't mention. No gifts, no decorations, no special Christmas symbols. His Christmas is about church and food and this mysterious misrule. That's it. Here's what I find fascinating, and this is from historian Dr. Ronald Hutton's book, The Stations of the Sun, published by Oxford University Press. He explains that in 1523, Christmas was primarily a religious holy day, not a family holiday. Most of the traditions we associate with Christmas today, they simply didn't exist yet. Let me give you some specific examples that might blow your mind. The Christmas tree didn't exist in England or most of Europe in 1523. Trees wouldn't become a Christmas tradition until the 1800s. In fact, bringing evergreen trees into your house in 1523 might have gotten you accused of pagan practices. The church was very suspicious of old tree-worshipping traditions. Santa Claus? Absolutely not. St. Nicholas had existed as a religious figure since the 4th century, yes, but the jolly man in the red suit. That version wouldn't be invented until the 1800s, primarily in America. In 1523, if you were lucky, you might receive a small gift on December 6th, St. Nicholas Day, but not on Christmas itself. Christmas carols? Well, here's where it gets interesting. Religious hymns existed, absolutely, but they were sung in Latin, in churches, by choirs. The cheerful secular Christmas songs we know, Jingle Bells, White Christmas, Rudolph the Red-Nosed Reindeer, those wouldn't exist for another 300 or 400 years. Silent Night, which many people think of as ancient, wasn't written until 1818. Christmas cards didn't exist. The first Christmas card wouldn't be created until 1843 in England. Turkey dinner? Nope. Turkeys had only recently been discovered in the Americas and hadn't made it to most European tables yet. If you were wealthy in 1523, you might eat swan, peacock, or boar. If you were poor, which most people were, you might get a bit of extra bread and perhaps some ale. Are you starting to see what I mean? The Christmas of 1523 is alien to us. Now here's where it gets even more interesting. According to historian Judith Flanders in her book Christmas a Biography, published by Picador, the reason we think of so many things as ancient Christmas traditions is because the Victorians in the 1800s were absolute geniuses at marketing. They invented or reinvented most of Christmas, then convinced everyone these traditions were ancient. It's like the greatest rebranding campaign in human history. Think about it. Charles Dickens publishes A Christmas Carol in 1843, and suddenly Christmas is about family, generosity, and children's joy. Before Dickens, that wasn't really the emphasis. Queen Victoria and Prince Albert popularized the Christmas tree in the 1840s by being photographed with one, and suddenly everyone wants a Christmas tree, thinking it's an old German tradition, when really, even in Germany, it was relatively new. But here's what I want you to understand, and this is the heart of what makes this story so compelling. The people of 1523 would look at our Christmas and think we were the weird ones. Imagine trying to explain to Robert Wire, our printer's apprentice from 1523, that in 500 years people will put a dead tree inside their houses and hang shiny balls on it, that they'll pretend a magical fat man flies around on reindeer delivering presents to every child in the world in one night, that they'll spend more money on these presents than they earn in a month, that they'll put up inflatable snowmen in their yards that glow in the dark, that some houses will have so many lights that astronauts can see them from space. Robert would think we'd lost our minds. He'd probably think we were practicing some kind of bizarre pagan witchcraft. And here's the kicker. Historians like Dr. Bruce Forbes, in his book Christmas a Candid History, published by University of California Press, point out that most Americans have no idea that Christmas was actually banned in early America. That's right, banned. The Puritans in Massachusetts made celebrating Christmas illegal from 1659 to 1681. You could be fined 5 shillings, a significant amount for celebrating Christmas. The Puritans called it a corrupted man-made tradition with no biblical basis. So this idea that America has always been this Christmas-loving nation, that's mythology. The America of 1659 would arrest you for hanging a wreath on your door. Now, I know what some of you might be thinking. Okay, but surely some things stayed the same, right? Surely the religious meaning, the celebration of Jesus' birth, that was consistent? And yes, that's partly true. The religious core existed, but even that looked different. In 1523, according to historian Eamon Duffy in his book The Stripping of the Altars, the average person experienced Christmas primarily through lengthy church services they attended, sometimes 3 or 4 in a single day. These services were in Latin, which most people didn't understand. They lasted hours. There were no heated churches, so you'd stand in the freezing cold, watching priests perform rituals you couldn't fully comprehend, waiting for it to be over so you could go drink some ale and eat some food. That was Christmas for most people in 1523. Cold, hunger, mandatory church, and if you were lucky, a slightly bigger meal than usual. Here's a question for you, and really think about this. What would you miss most if you celebrated Christmas the 1523 way? No presents, no tree, no lights, no time off work. Because yes, many people still worked on Christmas Day in 1523. Leave a comment and let me know, because I'm genuinely curious what part of modern Christmas means the most to you. For me, honestly, I think I'd miss the lights the most. There's something about Christmas lights that creates this sense of warmth and magic, especially on a cold, dark night. But in 1523, the darkness was just darkness, broken only by dim candlelight if you were wealthy enough to afford candles. For most people, when the sun went down at 4 p.m. in December, you went to bed shortly after because there was nothing else to do. No TV, no phones, no books for most people who couldn't read anyway. Just darkness and cold and sleep. Dr. Stephen Nissenbaum, in his award-winning book The Battle for Christmas, published by Vintage Books, describes how Christmas in the medieval period was less about joy and more about surviving winter. December the 25th fell right around the winter solstice, the darkest time of year, when food was scarce, when the cold could kill you, when disease spread easily in crowded, unsanitary conditions. Christmas was a brief moment of hope, a promise that spring would eventually return, that the sun would grow stronger again, that you might survive another winter. That's a very different emotional experience than our modern Christmas, where we're stressed about finding the perfect gifts and making magical memories and getting the right Instagram photos. Here's something else that might surprise you. In 1523, Christmas lasted 12 days. Not just December 25th, but from Christmas Day all the way to January 6th. Epiphany, also called Twelfth Night. And those 12 days were wild. I mentioned earlier that Robert Wire talked about misrule. This was a real tradition where social order was temporarily inverted. Servants might become masters for a day. A lord of misrule would be appointed to preside over the festivities. Drinking, gambling, pranks, bawdy songs. Things that were normally forbidden became not just allowed but expected. The historian John M. Merriman, in his research on medieval celebrations, describes these 12 days as a safety valve for society. A brief period where people could blow off steam, mock authority, act crazy, before returning to the harsh realities of winter and the rigid social order. Can you imagine if we did that today? If for 12 days after Christmas everything was chaos? Actually, wait. Black Friday and the week between Christmas and New Year's kind of is chaos, isn't it? Maybe we're not so different after all. But here's what gets me. What keeps me up at night thinking about this? How did we get from there to here? How did we go from a medieval holy day that most people endured more than enjoyed to the massive commercial and emotional phenomenon that Christmas is today? How did we go from no presents to Americans spending an average of $997.73 on Christmas gifts in 2023, according to the National Retail Federation? How did we go from darkness and cold and church services in Latin to homes filled with lights and music and cookies shaped like reindeer? And more importantly, what did we lose along the way, and what did we gain? Because here's the thing, I'm not one of those people who thinks everything was better in the old days. I don't want to celebrate Christmas like they did in 1523. I like my heated house and my Christmas tree and my ability to send gifts to my family across the country with 2-day shipping. I like watching Elf on TV and drinking hot chocolate that would have been unimaginably luxurious to someone in 1523. But there's something about understanding where our traditions came from, or more accurately, understanding that most of our traditions didn't come from where we think they did. That changes how you see Christmas. It makes you realize that Christmas is not some unchanging eternal celebration. It's something we've created and recreated over and over again each generation adding and subtracting, emphasizing different things, meeting different needs. The Christmas of 2024 is just as made up as the Christmas of 1523 or the Christmas of 1823 or any other era. And that's actually kind of beautiful in a way. It means we're still creating Christmas. We're still shaping it. What we do with Christmas now, the traditions we keep and the ones we let go, the meanings we assign to it, that's all part of this ongoing story. And that story, that's what we're going to explore together over the next 2.5 hours. We're going to walk through 500 years of Christmas history, not as a boring textbook, but as a story about real people making choices, fighting over what Christmas should mean, creating the holiday we know today piece by piece, decade by decade. We'll meet the Puritans who tried to ban Christmas entirely. We'll discover how Coca-Cola helped create the modern image of Santa Claus. We'll learn why we kiss under mistletoe. And trust me, the original reason is way weirder than you think. We'll find out when and why we started giving presents. We'll explore how immigration shaped American Christmas, bringing together traditions from dozens of countries into something new. And along the way, I think we'll discover something important about ourselves, about what we value, about what Christmas really means, not what we're told it should mean, but what it actually means to us, here, now, in our actual lives. So take a deep breath, get comfortable. Maybe you're already feeling sleepy, and that's perfect. Let your mind relax, because we're about to travel together through 5 centuries of history, and our next stop is even more shocking than what we've talked about tonight. In just a moment, we're going to step into December of 1523, not London this time, but a small village in Tudor England. We're going to spend a full winter's night with a family whose Christmas would seem completely alien to us. No stockings hung by the chimney, no cookies for Santa, but something else entirely, something both beautiful and strange, something that will help you understand why Christmas had to change, why it couldn't stay the way it was, why the journey from there to here was necessary, even inevitable. The fire is crackling, the night is cold, and history is waiting for us. Close your eyes for a moment and travel with me. We're leaving London behind, walking down muddy roads for 3 days until we reach a small village in Yorkshire, in the north of England. The village is called Thornbury, a real place that still exists today, though you wouldn't recognise it. In 1523, it's home to maybe 300 souls, and we're going to spend Christmas Eve with one particular family. Their names are recorded in the parish records of St. Mary's Church, preserved in the York Minster archives. Thomas Ashby, age 32, a tenant farmer. His wife Margaret, 28. Their children, John, 9 years old, Alice, 6, and baby William, just 8 months, who probably won't survive his first winter. Infant mortality in 1523 runs about 40%, according to demographic historian E.A. Wrigley's research in the Population History of England. Now, I want you to feel what they feel. It's December 24th, 1523, and the sun is setting at 3:47 p.m. Thomas has just returned from the fields. Yes, he worked on Christmas Eve, because the Lord's sheep don't stop needing care just because it's a holy day. His hands are cracked and bleeding from the cold. Margaret has spent the day spinning wool by the weak light from their single window. A luxury, actually. Most homes have no glass, just shutters that must stay closed against the winter wind. Their home is one room for 5 people. The walls are wattle and daub, woven sticks covered with mud and dung, yes, cow dung mixed with straw. The floor is packed dirt covered with rushes that haven't been changed in 3 months. When you walk, you disturb the smell of rotted food, urine, they have a pot in the corner, and the must of unwashed bodies. bathing in winter, that's a recipe for death by pneumonia. The ceiling is so low that Thomas, at 5'6", average height for the time, must duck when he moves around. And it's dark. So dark. One tallow candle burns on the table, made from sheep fat, giving off a smell like burnt meat. It costs a day's wages, this candle, but it's Christmas Eve. They've splurged. Here's what strikes me most powerfully when I read the accounts of daily life in this period, particularly from historian Ruth Goodman's How to Be a Tudor, published by Liverite. It's the crushing, relentless hardness of existence. Every single thing required tremendous effort. Want water? Walk half a mile to the well, haul it back in a bucket. Want warmth? Collect wood for hours, struggle to start a fire with flint and steel. It takes 10-15 minutes on a good day, then constantly feed it to keep it going. Want food? Well, you grew it months ago, preserved it poorly, and now you're eating grain that's partially mouldy and hoping it doesn't kill you. Margaret is preparing their Christmas Eve meal right now. Let me describe it precisely, because the details matter. She has a small piece of salted pork, about 4 ounces, saved specially for tonight. Some barley bread, which is the darker, cheaper bread. Wheat bread is for the wealthy. An onion. A turnip. Some herbs she dried last summer. That's it. That's the feast. She's making pottage, basically a thick soup, in their one cooking pot. An iron cauldron that's probably the most valuable thing they own except for maybe Thomas's plough. The pot hangs over the fire from an iron hook, and she stirs it with a wooden spoon worn smooth from years of use. And here's what gets me. Margaret is excited about this meal. Genuinely excited. Because most days they eat barley porridge for breakfast, barley bread and cheese for midday dinner, and barley pottage for supper. Day after day after day. So tonight, with the salted pork, with the onion, this is a feast. This is abundance. This is Christmas. Little Alice keeps asking, "Is it ready yet, Mama? Is it ready?" And you can hear in the historical accounts, in the letters, in the court records where people testified about their lives, you can hear the children's hunger. Not the "I'm hungry" of a modern American kid who had lunch 3 hours ago. The hunger of a child whose belly is never quite full, whose growth is stunted by malnutrition, who goes to bed cold and wakes up cold and spends all day cold. Now Thomas gathers the family. It's time for evening prayers. There are no printed books in this house. Thomas and Margaret can't read anyway. Literacy rates in 1523 England are roughly 15% for men, maybe 2% for women, according to David Cressy's research in Literacy and the Social Order. But Thomas knows prayers by rote, taught to him by the village priest, and he leads his family in reciting Pater Noster, the Our Father, in Latin. Latin, mind you, which they don't understand. They're repeating sounds, not words with meaning. Pater Noster, quies in caelis, sanctificetur nomen tuum. 9-year-old John stumbles over the words. Alice fidgets. Baby William whimpers from cold and hunger. But they complete the prayer because you must. The Church teaches that missing evening prayers on Christmas Eve could endanger your immortal soul, and hell is real to these people. Not a metaphor, but an actual place of eternal torture that awaits anyone who displeases God. Can you imagine living with that kind of fear? That weight on your conscience every day? Modern psychology would call it religious trauma, but for Thomas and Margaret it's just life. The way things are. The way things have always been. After prayers they eat. 5 people sharing one bowl, one spoon passing from hand to hand. This isn't poverty by their standards. This is normal. Only the wealthy have individual plates and utensils. The pottage is lukewarm by the time it reaches Alice. The salted pork is so salty it makes her cough, but she chews it carefully because wasting food is unthinkable. 4 ounces of pork divided 5 ways. You do the math. Less than an ounce each. That's Christmas dinner. And yet, here's the thing that haunts me in the most beautiful way. Margaret smiles at Thomas. Thomas ruffles John's hair. Alice giggles when a bit of turnip falls from her mouth. They're together. They're warm enough. Barely, but enough. They have food. Not much, but some. And it's Christmas Eve, which means tomorrow they don't work. They attend church instead, which is hours of standing in the cold, but also a break from labour, a moment of community. According to historian Judith Bennett's work on medieval peasant life, documented in A Medieval Life, Cecilia Penneferder of Brigstock, this sense of gratitude for small mercies wasn't false consciousness or brainwashing. People genuinely found joy in their lives despite the hardship. They sang, they laughed, they loved their children fiercely. They found meaning in their faith, in their community, in the changing seasons. After dinner, we'd call it about 6 p.m. by our clock, though they don't have clocks. They measure time by church bells. Thomas tells a story. This is their entertainment. No TV, no radio, no books. Just Thomas's voice in the darkness, telling the children about the Nativity. But not the gentle, sanitized version we hear in modern Christmas pageants. Thomas's version, drawn from medieval sermon traditions and documented in collections like the Townley Plays manuscript, is raw and strange. He describes Mary giving birth in the filth of a stable, and he emphasizes the filth because his audience lives in filth. They understand this. He describes the pain of childbirth because Margaret has endured it 3 times. Alice will endure it too if she survives to adulthood. He describes the angels appearing to shepherds who are cold and frightened and probably smell terrible, just like Thomas himself smells after a day with the sheep. This Jesus is born into poverty that Thomas's family understands intimately. This Jesus is wrapped in rags because there's nothing else. Just like baby William is wrapped in worn linen that's been used for all 3 children, this Jesus is laid in a manger, an animal feeding trough, because there's nowhere else, and Thomas's family sleeps in a room that also houses their chickens on the coldest nights for the extra warmth. Do you see what I'm getting at? The Christianity of 1523 isn't the prosperity gospel or the comfortable middle-class faith of modern America. It's a religion for people who suffer, who struggle, who live on the edge of disaster every single day. The promise isn't health and wealth now, it's endurance and salvation later, after death, in a better world, because this one is frankly pretty terrible for most people. Young John asks his father, "Will the Christ child bring us gifts tonight?" And Thomas says no, because that's not what Christmas is about. St. Nicholas might bring small gifts on December 6th if you're very good and very lucky, a nut, an apple, a small carved toy. But Christmas itself? Christmas is about church, about the Mass, Christ's Mass, that's where the word comes from, about remembering the incarnation of God as a human baby, born into suffering to redeem humanity from sin. Gifts, in the sense we understand them, aren't part of this equation yet. That's centuries away. Instead, Thomas talks about what will happen tomorrow. They'll wake before dawn, easy to do when you go to bed at 8 p.m, and walk a mile to St. Mary's Church. The church will be cold, colder than their house because stone holds cold, but it will be beautiful. Candles everywhere. The church has dozens because the wealthy parishioners pay for them. Incense burning, which covers the smell of unwashed bodies packed together. The priest in his vestments, which are the most beautiful things most people will ever see, embroidered with gold thread, dyed in colours that cost more than a farmer's annual income. The Mass will be in Latin, of course. Thomas and Margaret will understand almost none of it. But there will be music, trained choir boys singing polyphony, harmonies that seem to come from heaven itself. There will be the elevation of the host, when the priest raises the consecrated bread and it becomes, literally they believe, the body of Christ. Everyone will kneel, everyone will cross themselves, everyone will feel, for a moment, connected to something greater than their small, hard lives. And then, according to local custom documented in churchwardens' accounts from Yorkshire parishes, these account books survive in various archives. After the Christmas morning Mass, the church will provide ale and bread to the congregation. Not much, but more than usual. There might even be music in the churchyard. Not the sacred music from inside, but folk songs, dancing, games. The misrule we mentioned earlier, beginning to bubble up. But here's what I want you to understand, and this comes from historian Ronald Hutton's comprehensive work, The Rise and Fall of Merry England, published by Oxford University Press. For people like Thomas and Margaret, Christmas isn't about creating magical memories or family togetherness in the way we conceive of it. It's about survival, about making it through the darkest, coldest, hungriest part of the year, about the promise that spring will come again, about community bonds that help people endure. When Thomas and Margaret sing, and they will sing tomorrow, simple songs in English, not the fancy Latin hymns, they're not singing about chestnuts roasting on an open fire or winter wonderlands. They're singing about the sun returning, about crops growing again, about survival. It's now maybe 7 p.m. The fire is dying because they can't afford to keep it blazing all night. Margaret wraps baby William in every bit of cloth they have and tucks him into the bed, a straw mattress on a wooden frame, all 5 of them sleeping together for warmth. Thomas banks the fire, covering it with ashes so hopefully a few coals will survive until morning and they won't have to restart it from scratch. Alice whispers to her brother, John, "Do you think Mary was scared when the baby came?" And John, 9 years old enough to have seen his mother nearly die giving birth to William, says, "Probably, but the angels were there." They fall asleep to the sound of wind howling through gaps in the walls, to the rustling of chickens settling for the night, to baby William's whimpering cry. They sleep in their clothes because they only own 1 set each. They sleep hungry because they're always a little hungry. They sleep grateful because they're alive together and tomorrow is Christmas. Here's my question for you. Could you do it? Could you find joy in this? Could you feel blessed with 1 room, 1 meal, 1 candle, 1 set of clothes? Really think about that. Because I'll be honest with you, I don't know if I could. I complain when my Wi-Fi is slow. I get annoyed if my coffee isn't exactly right. The idea of living like Thomas and Margaret for even 1 day fills me with something close to horror. And yet, they would look at our lives with equal incomprehension. The abundance that we barely notice, that we actually stress about, too much stuff, too many choices, too much food, would seem like paradise to them. But also empty, because what's it all for? Where's the community? Where's the shared struggle that bonds people together? Where's the faith that gives meaning to suffering? I'm not romanticizing their lives. Poverty isn't noble. Hunger isn't character building. Cold isn't good for the soul. Thomas and Margaret would trade places with us in a heartbeat if they could. But there's something about the starkness of their Christmas, the purity of it, just survival, community, and faith, that makes me question what we've built in its place. Because fast forward 500 years, and we have everything Thomas and Margaret lacked. Warmth, food, comfort, safety, abundance. And yet, according to the American Psychological Association's 2023 Stress in America survey, 76% of Americans report that the holidays are stressful. The season of joy has become the season of anxiety, debt, family conflict, and exhaustion. How did that happen? When did having everything become more stressful than having almost nothing? That's the question we're going to explore next, because the story gets even stranger. Christmas didn't gradually evolve from Thomas and Margaret's version to ours. No, it nearly disappeared entirely. There was a moment, barely 100 years after our night in Thornbury, when Christmas was outlawed, banned, made illegal. People were arrested for celebrating it. And the place where this happened most dramatically? The American colonies. That's right. The Puritans who came to America seeking religious freedom decided that Christmas was evil and must be stopped at all costs. The very idea of Christmas became dangerous, radical, subversive. How did we get from a holy day to a banned day? What made Christmas so threatening that it had to be illegal? And how did it survive to become what it is today? Those answers are waiting for us just ahead, in a story that might be the most shocking part of this entire journey. Because everything you think you know about Christmas in America, it's built on a foundation of rebellion, resistance, and cultural warfare that lasted for centuries. The fire in Thomas and Margaret's house is going out now. The darkness is complete. But somewhere in that darkness something is changing. Christmas is about to face its greatest enemy, and it's not what you think. Let me tell you about a man named Captain Kemble. On Christmas Day, 1656, Captain Kemble returned to Boston, Massachusetts after spending 2 years at sea. He'd been gone so long, 730 days away from his wife, and when he finally walked through his front door, he did what any husband would do after 2 years apart. He kissed his wife, right there, in the doorway of their home, on Christmas Day. And for that kiss, Captain Kemble was arrested, charged with lewd and unseemly behaviour, and sentenced to 2 hours in the public stocks. Why? Because it was Christmas Day, and in Puritan Massachusetts, showing any form of celebration on December 25th, even kissing your wife after 2 years, was illegal. Now, I know what you're thinking. Wait, what? America banned Christmas? That can't be right. America loves Christmas. We invented half of modern Christmas traditions. But here's the truth that most Americans never learn in school. For much of early American history, Christmas wasn't just unpopular, it was criminal. And the story of how Christmas went from illegal to the biggest holiday in America, that's one of the wildest cultural transformations in history. Let's start in England, because that's where this war on Christmas really began. It's 1642, and England is tearing itself apart in civil war. On one side, King Charles I and his supporters, the royalists who love tradition, pageantry, and yes, Christmas celebrations. On the other side, Parliament and the Puritan reformers who believe the English Church has become too Catholic, too corrupt, too focused on ritual, and not enough on pure scripture. And Christmas. To the Puritans, Christmas was everything wrong with Christianity wrapped up in one pagan-influenced, popish, excessive holiday. Here's what the Puritans argued, and this comes from historian David Cressy's book, Bonfires and Bells, National Memory in the Protestant Calendar in Elizabethan and Stuart England, published by University of California Press. They said, "Show us in the Bible where God commands us to celebrate Christ's birth on December 25th. Show us the verse." And they had a point, actually. December 25th isn't mentioned in the Bible as Jesus' birthday. Nobody knows when Jesus was actually born. Most historians think probably in spring or fall based on the description of shepherds in fields. December 25th was chosen in the 4th century, likely because it coincided with existing Roman winter solstice festivals. The Church basically Christianized a pagan holiday. To Puritans, this made Christmas a lie, a man-made tradition masquerading as religious truth, and worse, all that feasting, drinking, dancing, misrule we talked about, that was debauchery. sinful excess, everything they were trying to reform away from Christianity. So in 1644, Parliament passed a law requiring December 25th to be treated as a regular working day. Shops must stay open, markets must operate, no special church services, no feasting, no time off, just work, like any other Wednesday. Then, in 1647, Parliament went further and officially banned Christmas. According to the ordinance, and I'm reading from the actual text preserved in the parliamentary archives, the feast of the Nativity of Christ, commonly called Christmas Day, was abolished, and anyone caught celebrating it could be fined, imprisoned, or both. Think about that for a second. Imagine waking up today to a law that says Christmas is illegal. No trees, no presents, no time off work, no church services, nothing. Just act like December 25th is March 17th or any other random day. How would that feel? Well, the English people hated it. Riots broke out across England. In Canterbury in 1647, a Christmas protest turned violent. Townspeople attacked soldiers enforcing the ban, according to historian Ronald Hutton's documentation, in The Rise and Fall of Merry England. In Norwich, people decorated their doors with holly in defiance and dared authorities to arrest them. In some villages, people secretly held Christmas services in homes, with lookouts posted to warn of soldiers approaching. For the Puritans, this resistance proved their point. Look how attached people are to worldly pleasure, to drunkenness and gluttony. For everyone else, the ban felt like cruelty, like having joy itself outlawed. And here's the fascinating thing. This wasn't about belief in Christ. Most of these protesters were Christians. They went to church every Sunday. They believed in God, in salvation, in Scripture. But they also believed that Christmas, with its feasting and fellowship, its brief respite from winter's hardship, was worth fighting for, maybe even worth dying for, and some did die, in clashes with soldiers enforcing the ban. The ban lasted until 1660, when King Charles II was restored to the throne and immediately repealed all the Puritan holiday laws. Christmas was legal again in England. The country celebrated with the biggest Christmas parties in living memory, making up for 13 years of enforced austerity. But here's where the story gets really interesting for Americans, because some of those Puritans, the ones who lost the culture war in England, they came here, to Massachusetts, to Connecticut, to New Haven. They came seeking religious freedom, which is true, but let's be clear about what that meant. Freedom to practice their religion, which included the freedom to ban everyone else from practicing Christmas. In 1659, the Massachusetts Bay Colony passed a law that sounds almost identical to England's ban. According to historian Stephen Nissenbaum's The Battle for Christmas, published by Vintage Books, the law stated, "Whosoever shall be found observing any such day as Christmas or the like, either by forbearing of labour, feasting, or any other way, would be fined 5 shillings, which was roughly a week's wages for a working person, 5 shillings for hanging a wreath, 5 shillings for cooking a special meal, 5 shillings for taking the day off work, and if you couldn't pay, prison time or public punishment." This law stayed on the books for 22 years until 1681, but even after it was repealed, Christmas remained culturally taboo in much of New England for another 200 years. Yes, 200 years. Schools stayed open on December 25th in Boston until 1870. The Massachusetts state legislature held sessions on Christmas Day until 1856. As late as 1850, according to court records, a Boston factory worker named Samuel Gridley was fired for refusing to work on Christmas Day, and when he sued, the court sided with his employer. Can you imagine? 1850. That's not ancient history. That's just 174 years ago. Abraham Lincoln was already a politician. California had just become a state. And in Boston, Christmas was still controversial enough that you could lose your job for celebrating it. Now, other parts of America had different attitudes. In the South and in areas settled by Dutch, German or Anglican colonists, Christmas was celebrated more openly. But it was still nothing like the Christmas we know. According to historian Penna Restad's Christmas in America, published by Oxford University Press, as late as 1800, most Americans, even those who celebrated Christmas, did so with church attendance and maybe a special meal. No gifts, no decorations, no cultural hoopla. It was one holy day among many, and not even the most important one. Easter mattered more. So what changed? How did America go from Puritans banning Christmas to Santa Claus and Rockefeller Center tree lighting ceremonies? Well, immigration changed things. Starting in the 1840s, massive waves of immigrants arrived from Ireland, Germany, Scandinavia. Places where Christmas was a big deal. These immigrants brought their traditions. Christmas trees from Germany, St. Nicholas customs from the Netherlands, caroling from England, and slowly, gradually, these traditions started to influence American culture. But here's the key thing, and this is crucial to understanding modern Christmas. These immigrant traditions weren't just adopted wholesale. They were Americanized, transformed, made into something new. Take the Christmas tree, for example. Prince Albert and Queen Victoria made it fashionable in Britain in the 1840s. Germans had been doing it for a while, but it wasn't universal even in Germany. When German immigrants brought the custom to America, it caught on slowly at first. Remember, many Americans still associated Christmas celebrations with Catholicism and paganism. But then, in 1850, a Pennsylvania minister named Henry Schwann set up a Christmas tree in his church. Other churches followed, and suddenly, the Christmas tree wasn't a pagan custom or a Catholic tradition. It was Christian, American, respectable. By 1870, you could buy Christmas tree ornaments from stores. By 1900, having a Christmas tree was becoming standard in middle-class American homes. Or look at Santa Claus. The Dutch had Sinterklaas, St. Nicholas, who brought gifts to children on December 6th. But the Santa we know, the jolly fat man in the red suit, was invented in America, primarily by two men. First, in 1823, Clement Clarke Moore wrote A Visit from St. Nicholas, the poem that starts, "'Twas the night before Christmas." Moore described Santa as a right jolly old elf, with a round belly who comes down chimneys and flies in a sleigh pulled by reindeer. None of that existed before Moore wrote it. Then, in 1863, cartoonist Thomas Nast started drawing Santa for Harper's Weekly magazine. Nast gave us the image, the red suit, the black belt, the white beard, the workshop at the North Pole. All of it invented, made up. American creativity at its finest, or its most commercial, depending on your perspective. And here's what I find absolutely fascinating. These inventions happened during America's bloodiest war. The Civil War raged from 1861 to 1865. Hundreds of thousands of men were dying. The country was literally tearing itself apart. And in the middle of all that suffering and division, Americans started building modern Christmas, creating these warm, comforting traditions about family togetherness and childhood innocence and generosity and peace on earth. Why? Maybe because they needed it. Maybe because when everything is falling apart, you need something to hold on to. Maybe because Christmas, this new invented American Christmas, offered a vision of what the country could be. United, peaceful, prosperous, generous. According to historian Lee Eric Schmidt in Consumer Rights, The Buying and Selling of American Holidays, Published by Princeton University Press, this is when Christmas started becoming commercial. The 1850s through the 1870s saw an explosion in Christmas shopping, Christmas advertising, Christmas gift-giving. Stores like Macy's, founded in 1858, quickly realized that Christmas could be incredibly profitable. And that's when something really interesting happened. Remember how the Puritans banned Christmas because it was too focused on feasting and pleasure instead of Christ? Well, by 1900, Christmas in America had become exactly what the Puritans feared, but now it was capitalism instead of Catholicism driving the excess, spending money, buying gifts, consumption as celebration. The Puritans would have been horrified, but most Americans loved it. Because here's the thing, the Puritan vision of Christianity was strict, austere, focused on sin and judgment and self-denial. It was Thomas and Margaret's world, suffering now, salvation later, work hard, pray harder, enjoy nothing. But the new American Christmas said, you can have joy now. You can celebrate. You can give gifts to your children and see their faces light up. You can gather with family. You can eat too much and laugh too loud and feel for a moment that life is good and the world is magical. That message resonated. It still resonates. Even people who aren't religious love Christmas. Why? Because underneath all the commercial stuff, underneath the stress and the spending, there's this core promise. You deserve joy. You deserve celebration. You deserve to feel, at least once a year, that the world is full of light and warmth and generosity. The Puritans would absolutely say that's the work of the devil, this focus on earthly pleasure. Maybe they'd be right. Or maybe, and I think this is closer to the truth, maybe humans need both. The sacred and the secular, the spiritual and the material, the fasting and the feasting. Maybe that's why Christmas, despite being banned, despite being attacked, despite being called pagan and papist and commercialized and corrupted, maybe that's why it survived. Because it meets a deep human need for light in the darkness, for joy in the winter, for connection in the cold. But here's my question for you. What do you think Captain Kemble thought sitting in those stocks for 2 hours on Christmas Day 1656, being publicly shamed for kissing his wife? Did he understand why the Puritans were so afraid of Christmas? Did he think they had a point? Or did he just think, I've been at sea for 2 years. I finally get to see my wife, and these people arrested me for a kiss. And what would he think if he could see Christmas now? The lights visible from space, the billions of dollars spent, the Santa Claus that has nothing to do with St. Nicholas, the trees, the presents, the music playing in every store from November through December. Would he think we'd gone too far? Or would he think, yeah, this is better than stocks. This is definitely better than stocks. Because that's the thing about this whole story. There's no clear right or wrong here. The Puritans genuinely believed they were purifying Christianity, removing pagan influences, keeping people focused on God. They weren't wrong that Christmas had pagan roots, or that the celebrations often became excessive and drunken. But they also underestimated the human need for celebration, for joy, for marking the seasons with something more than work and prayer. And modern America? We've created this incredible, complex, contradictory holiday that somehow manages to be both deeply meaningful and completely commercial, both sacred and secular, both stressful and joyful. We've kept Christ in the name but made it accessible to everyone. We've maintained religious elements while adding entirely new secular traditions. We've turned it into the biggest shopping season of the year, while also making it about generosity and family. It's messy. It's contradictory. It's probably exactly what the Puritans feared, and it's absolutely, undeniably, quintessentially American. The ban on Christmas failed because you can't legislate away human nature. You can't make people stop wanting joy, stop wanting to celebrate, stop wanting to mark the darkest day of the year with light and warmth and connection. The Puritans tried. They really, genuinely tried, and they lost. But their influence didn't completely disappear. Every year, when someone complains that Christmas has become too commercial, that's the Puritan voice. When someone says we need to put Christ back in Christmas, that's the echo of 1647. When someone feels guilty about the excess, the spending, the focus on material things, that's the ghost of the ban still haunting us. And maybe that tension is actually healthy. Maybe Christmas works because it holds all these contradictions, sacred and secular, traditional and invented, commercial and meaningful, stressful and joyful. Maybe the best things in life are complicated like that. What's coming next might be even more surprising, though, because we still haven't answered a crucial question. If Christmas was banned, controversial, and not widely celebrated in America until the 1800s, then where did all those traditional Christmas symbols come from? The answer involves a transformation so complete, so thorough, that most Americans have no idea these things are inventions, not ancient traditions. We're about to meet the man who changed Christmas forever, and his name isn't Santa Claus. There's a moment that changed Christmas forever, and it happened on Christmas Eve 1809 in a modest home in New York City. A man named Washington Irving, yes, that Washington Irving, the author of The Legend of Sleepy Hollow, sat at his desk writing a satirical book called A History of New York, and in that book he made a joke, a throwaway joke about Dutch settlers and their silly tradition of a saint who brought gifts to children. Irving called him Sancta Claus. It was meant to be funny, a little ridiculous. Irving was poking fun at Dutch customs, but that joke, that one ridiculous joke, would eventually become the most powerful figure in Christmas mythology. More powerful than the Christ child himself, if we're honest about which image most children associate with December 25th. But here's what absolutely fascinates me. In 1523, 300 years before Irving made his joke, gift-giving at Christmas didn't exist the way we understand it. And the figure who brought gifts to children, it wasn't a jolly fat man in a red suit. It was something far stranger, far more wonderful, and far more terrifying than Santa Claus could ever be. Let me take you back to that world. December 5th, 1523. Not Christmas Day, notice, but December 5th, the eve of St. Nicholas Day. We're in a merchant's house in Amsterdam. The family is wealthy by the standards we met with Thomas and Margaret. They have multiple rooms, glass windows, a servant. The children, 8-year-old Peter and 6-year-old Grietje, are both excited and terrified about what's coming, because tonight St. Nicholas will visit. But this St. Nicholas? He's nothing like the sanitized Santa we know today. According to historian Charles W. Jones in his comprehensive study St. Nicholas of Myra, Barry and Manhattan, published by University of Chicago Press, the historical St. Nicholas was a 4th century bishop in Myra, in what's now Turkey. He was known for his generosity. There are stories of him secretly giving gold coins to poor families, saving young women from being sold into slavery. He died around 343 AD, and over the centuries legends grew around him. But by 1523, St. Nicholas in Dutch tradition had become something complex. Yes, he brought gifts, but only to good children. Bad children? They got something very different. On the evening of December 5th, Dutch children would put out their wooden shoes filled with hay for St. Nicholas's horse. Then they'd go to bed, hearts pounding, wondering, have I been good enough? And here's the thing, this wasn't a game. These children genuinely believed that St. Nicholas knew everything they'd done all year. Every lie, every act of disobedience, every mean thought. If you'd been good, you'd wake up to find small gifts in your shoes. Nuts, fruits, small coins, maybe a carved wooden toy. These weren't elaborate presents. Remember, even wealthy families in 1523 didn't have much by modern standards, but they were special. They were proof that you were seen, known, approved of. But if you'd been bad, you might find coal, or worse, you might find sticks, a warning that you deserved a beating. And in some versions of the tradition, documented in folklore collections like Dutch Folklore by William Elliot Griffiths, St. Nicholas travelled with a helper called Zwarte Piet, Black Pete, who carried a rod for beating bad children and a sack for carrying the worst children away to Spain. Imagine being a child in 1523 and genuinely believing that a supernatural figure was coming to your house tonight to judge whether you deserved gifts or punishment. Not a friendly game, actual terror mixed with hope. That's powerful. That's psychological. Now, St. Nicholas Day was December 6th, not December 25th. In 1523, these were completely separate celebrations. Christmas was about Christ, about church, about theology. St. Nicholas was about children, gifts, and moral instruction. They weren't connected yet. So what did children receive on Christmas Day itself in 1523? Usually nothing. Maybe a blessing from their parents. Maybe permission to eat something sweet if the family could afford it. But gifts? No. That wasn't what Christmas was for. There was another tradition, though, and this one is so bizarre that when I first read about it, I had to check multiple sources to believe it was real. It's called the boy bishop tradition, and it was wildly popular across medieval Europe, including England. Here's how it worked, according to historian Ronald Hutton's documentation in The Stations of the Sun. On December 6th, again St. Nicholas Day, cathedral choir schools would elect one of the boy choristers to serve as bishop until December 28th, which was Holy Innocents' Day, commemorating the children killed by Herod in the biblical story. For those 22 days, this child, usually around 10 to 12 years old, would wear bishop's robes, carry a bishop's staff, and actually perform some episcopal functions. He'd give blessings, he'd lead processions, in some places he'd even preach sermons, and the adult bishops, they'd defer to him, serve him, treat him as their superior. The whole social order would flip upside down. At wealthy households, the boy bishop and his fellow choristers would go door to door singing, and the families would give them money, not gifts, but coins. This was a form of charity, yes, but also payment for blessings. You were buying spiritual favour, essentially. The boy bishop might bless your home, pray for your family's health, ask God to grant you prosperity in the coming year. The wealthy families would compete to host the most elaborate feast for the boy bishop. There are account books from English cathedrals, preserved in places like the Canterbury Cathedral Archives, showing exactly how much was spent. Venison, wine, expensive spices, entertainment. All for a child who, 3 weeks earlier, was just a poor boy whose parents sent him to sing in the choir in exchange for food and education. Then, on December 28th, the magic ended. The boy took off the robes, handed back the staff, and returned to being a choir student. The bishops returned to being bishops. Order restored. Why did they do this? Well, there's a biblical justification, Jesus saying, "Let the little children come to me," and, "Unless you become like children, you cannot enter the kingdom of heaven." But historian Barbara Hannawalt, in her book Growing Up in Medieval London, suggests it was also a safety valve. Medieval society was rigidly hierarchical. You were born into your station and stayed there. But for 22 days that order could be questioned, inverted, made playful. It reminded everyone that earthly power was temporary, that God could elevate anyone, that children had value and voice. The Reformation killed the boy bishop tradition in Protestant areas. Too Catholic, too much like worshipping a saint, too much like play acting with sacred things. By 1542, King Henry VIII had banned it in England. It persisted a bit longer in Catholic Europe, but gradually died out by the 1600s. So in 1523, you've got St. Nicholas on December 6th, and the boy bishop tradition overlapping with Christmas. But actual gift-giving on Christmas Day, still not a thing for most people. Now the wealthy did exchange gifts, but these weren't Christmas gifts. They were New Year's gifts given on January 1st. And they weren't about generosity or love, they were about power and obligation. According to historian Felicity Heal in The Power of Gifts Gift Exchange in Early Modern England, published by Oxford University Press, in Tudor England, giving gifts to your social superiors was mandatory if you wanted to maintain their favour. You'd give your lord a gift, maybe gloves, maybe cloth, maybe money, and he'd give you something in return, usually of lesser value but carrying his blessing and protection. Queen Elizabeth the Fair, later in the 1500s, would receive hundreds of New Year's gifts from her courtiers every year. There are detailed records of every gift, from the Earl of Leicester, a gold bracelet set with diamonds valued at $300. That's about $90,000 today. The gift-giving wasn't about Christmas cheer. It was about maintaining your position in the social hierarchy. If you didn't give a gift, or if your gift was too cheap, you might lose favour, potentially ruinous. Children weren't part of this system. Adults gave to adults, inferiors to superiors, and it was transactional. The idea that you'd give gifts to children just to make them happy? That's a modern invention. So how did we get from St. Nicholas on December 6th and mandatory New Year's gifts to the modern Christmas gift-giving frenzy? How did we get to Santa Claus? Well, remember Washington Irving's joke in 1809? That wasn't the end of it. In 1823, Clement Clarke Moore, a biblical scholar and professor, believe it or not, published that poem, A Visit from St. Nicholas. Moore took Irving's Sancta Claus and transformed him completely. Moore's Santa wasn't a stern bishop judging children's behaviour. He was a right jolly old elf, he laughed. Ho, ho, ho. He had a round belly that shook when he laughed, like a bowlful of jelly. He flew through the air in a sleigh pulled by 8 flying reindeer. Moore named them all Dasher, Dancer, Prancer, Vixen, Comet, Cupid, Donder, and Blitzen. He came down chimneys. He left gifts in stockings hung by the fireplace. And crucially, this is the revolutionary part, Moore's Santa didn't punish. He only rewarded. Bad children might get nothing, but they didn't get beaten or carried away. Moore's Santa was pure benevolence, pure generosity, no terror, only joy. This was radical. This was a completely different philosophy of childhood than existed in 1523, when children were seen as inherently sinful, needing strict discipline and moral instruction. Moore's Santa, and this reflects changing attitudes in early 19th century America, treated children as innocent, deserving of joy and magic. The poem became incredibly popular. It was reprinted in newspapers across America. Families read it aloud, children memorized it, and slowly, Americans started adopting these traditions, hanging stockings, leaving cookies for Santa, telling children about the North Pole Workshop. Then, in the 1860s and 1870s, cartoonist Thomas Nast drew Santa for Harper's Weekly magazine, giving us the visual image: red suit, white beard, black belt, toy workshop, naughty and nice list. Nast's Santa looked like a jolly grandfather, not a stern bishop. He looked safe, fun, American. And here's where it gets really interesting from a marketing perspective. According to historian Stephen Nissenbaum in The Battle for Christmas, department stores immediately understood the commercial potential. If children believed Santa brought gifts at Christmas, and if parents wanted to fulfill their children's Christmas wishes, then stores could sell lots of gifts in December. Macy's hired the first department store Santa Claus in 1862. By the 1870s, it was common for stores to have Santas, Santa displays, Santa promotions. Bring your children to meet Santa. The experience itself became part of Christmas. Children would line up, sit on Santa's lap, whisper their wishes. Parents would buy the gifts, but the magic came from Santa. By 1900, Santa Claus had completely replaced St. Nicholas in American culture. December 6th, nobody celebrated it anymore. All the gift-giving had moved to Christmas Day, and Santa himself had moved from being a religious saint to a secular figure. Anyone could participate in Santa culture, regardless of religion. This is fascinating from a historical perspective because it shows how quickly culture can change. In just about 75 years, from 1823 to 1900, Americans completely reinvented Christmas gift-giving. They created an entirely new mythological figure, established new traditions around him, and convinced children across the country that he was real. Think about the psychological power of that. Multiple generations of American children genuinely believed, with complete sincerity, that Magical Man knew whether they were good or bad and would reward them accordingly. Parents maintained this elaborate deception, lying to their children year after year, enlisting relatives and teachers in the conspiracy, even eating the cookies left out for Santa to maintain the illusion. Why? Well, partly because it's fun, partly because the magic of childhood is fleeting and precious, but also because Santa became a way to teach lessons. Be good, be kind, work hard, and you'll be rewarded. Santa was capitalism for kids, basically. A merit-based system where good behavior earned material rewards. Now here's my question for you. Do you think children in 1523, who believed in a stern St. Nicholas who might beat them or carry them away, were more or less motivated to behave than modern children who believe in a jolly Santa who'll just skip their house if they're bad? Which is more effective, fear or hope? Leave a comment with your thoughts, because I'm genuinely curious. For me, I think I prefer hope. I prefer a Santa who's all joy and no terror. But I also wonder if we've lost something. The old St. Nicholas tradition acknowledged that behavior has consequences, that moral choices matter, that you can't just coast on being cute. Modern Santa, he's almost too nice. He rarely skips houses. Even bad kids usually get something because parents don't want their children to suffer the shame and heartbreak of being deemed unworthy by Santa. So Santa becomes participation trophy Santa. Everyone gets presents just for existing, which is kind, yes. Compassionate, yes. But is it true to life? Does it prepare children for a world that absolutely will judge them? That will reward some efforts and not others, that doesn't give out participation trophies? I don't have an answer. I think both systems, the stern St. Nicholas and the jolly Santa, have flaws. The old way used fear and shame to motivate children, which we now know causes psychological damage. The new way might create entitled children who think they deserve everything just for breathing. Maybe the best approach is somewhere in between. Or maybe, and this is what I actually believe, maybe the details don't matter as much as the underlying message. Whether it's St. Nicholas or Santa Claus or the boy bishop or parents directly giving gifts, what matters is this. You are seen. You are known. You are valued. Someone cares enough about you to give you something special. That's the real magic, isn't it? Not flying reindeer or children dressed as bishops or stern saints with rods. The magic is being known and loved, being remembered in the dark of winter, being given proof that you matter. The children in 1523 felt that when they found nuts in their wooden shoes. The children in 2024 feel it when they find presents under the tree. The trappings change, but the human need stays the same: to be seen, to be loved, to be thought worthy of gifts. And speaking of gifts, we've been talking about who gives them and when, but we haven't yet tackled an even bigger question. What happened to the Christmas tree? Because in 1523, bringing a tree into your house would have seemed absolutely insane, possibly pagan, definitely suspicious. But by the 1900s, it had become the central symbol of Christmas. How did that happen? The answer involves queens, princes, magazines, and one of the most successful rebranding campaigns in history. And that story, that's where we're headed next. Here's something that will blow your mind. The Christmas tree, that universal symbol of the holiday, the centerpiece of every mall and town square, the thing millions of families gather around, didn't become a widespread Christmas tradition until Queen Victoria was photographed with one in 1848. Before that moment, most people in England and America had never seen a Christmas tree. They would have thought you were absolutely bizarre for bringing a dead tree into your house and decorating it, but the story gets even stranger. Because in 1523, if you'd brought an evergreen tree into your home during winter, you might have been accused of witchcraft, or at least paganism. The church was deeply suspicious of trees. Let me paint you a picture of why. Winter solstice, December 21st, the darkest day of the year. For thousands of years before Christianity arrived in Europe, people across the continent celebrated this moment. They were terrified, actually. The sun had been growing weaker and weaker since June. The days had grown shorter. What if the sun didn't come back? What if darkness won? So they created rituals, sacrifices, celebrations designed to encourage the sun to return, to grow strong again. And central to many of these rituals were evergreen trees, pines, firs, spruces, that stayed green even when everything else died. To our ancestors, these trees were proof that life persisted, that death wasn't final, that spring would return. According to historian Ronald Hutton in The Pagan Religions of the Ancient British Isles, published by Blackwell, ancient Germanic and Celtic peoples would bring evergreen boughs into their homes during winter as protection against evil spirits and as symbols of eternal life. Some would decorate them with candles or carved figures. Some would perform rituals around them. When Christianity spread across Europe, the church faced a problem. People really, really loved their trees. These traditions were centuries old, deeply meaningful, woven into the fabric of life. You couldn't just tell people to stop. So the church did what it often did. It tried to Christianize the pagan practice. By the 1500s, some Christians argued that evergreen trees could represent eternal life through Christ. The triangular shape of fir trees could symbolize the Trinity. The needles pointing to heaven could represent prayers rising to God. With enough creativity, you could make a pagan tree into a Christian tree. But most churches remained suspicious, and in 1523, in England particularly, where we've been focusing much of our story, bringing a whole tree indoors wasn't common. You might hang some holly or ivy as decoration. Those had gotten the church's approval. But a full tree? No. Now, in parts of Germany, something different was happening. This is crucial to the story. According to historian Joe Perry in Christmas in Germany, A Cultural History, published by University of North Carolina Press by the early 1500s, some German guilds and town squares were setting up paradise trees in December. These were evergreen trees decorated with apples representing the Garden of Eden. They'd be displayed publicly as part of religious mystery plays about Adam and Eve. Gradually, some wealthy German families started bringing smaller versions of these trees into their homes. Not for Christmas initially, but for December 24th, Adam and Eve Day in the Catholic calendar. They'd decorate them with apples and sometimes wafers representing the Eucharist. It was religious, yes, but still controversial. Martin Luther, yes, that Martin Luther, who started the Protestant Reformation in 1517, supposedly brought a tree into his home one Christmas Eve and decorated it with candles to show his children how the stars look through the forest. This story might be apocryphal. Historians debate whether it actually happened. But it became part of the mythology of the Christmas tree, giving it Protestant credibility. Still, even in Germany in the 1500s, Christmas trees were not universal. They were a niche practice, mostly among wealthy urban families. Most people couldn't afford to cut down a tree. Trees were valuable resources for firewood and construction. Wasting one on decoration seemed frivolous, even sinful. Fast forward to the 1600s and 1700s. German immigrants bring the Christmas tree tradition to America, particularly to Pennsylvania. The Moravians, a Protestant denomination, set up the first recorded Christmas tree in America in Bethlehem, Pennsylvania in 1747, but it remained largely a German ethnic tradition. Other Americans saw it as foreign, strange, possibly pagan. In fact, according to historian Penny Rastad in Christmas in America, published by Oxford University Press as late as 1836, Harvard College charged a student with rioting for having a Christmas tree in his dorm room. The college authorities viewed it as a rejection of proper Puritan values. Having a Christmas tree was literally a punishable offence. So how did we get from Christmas trees as suspicious pagan German things to everyone must have a Christmas tree? 2 words: Queen Victoria. In 1840, Queen Victoria married Prince Albert of Saxe-Coburg and Gotha, a German prince. Albert had grown up with Christmas trees. They were normal in his culture. So he brought the tradition to England, setting up elaborate Christmas trees at Windsor Castle, decorated with candles, sweets and small gifts. Initially, this was just a royal quirk. The nobility might adopt it to copy the Queen, but regular people? They had no idea this was happening. Remember, there was no television, no internet. Most people never saw what the royal family did in private. Then, in 1848, something revolutionary happened. The Illustrated London News, a popular magazine, published an engraving of Queen Victoria, Prince Albert, and their children gathered around a Christmas tree. The image showed them as a perfect family, loving, respectable, domestic, enjoying this charming tradition together. And that image changed everything. See, Victoria wasn't just any queen. She was the most famous woman in the world, the ruler of the British Empire at its height. Whatever Victoria did became instantly fashionable, and this image made the Christmas tree look not pagan or German or suspicious. It looked royal, British, proper, family-oriented. British families started copying the image. Within a few years you could buy Christmas trees from vendors in London. Ornament makers started selling decorations. By the 1860s, according to historian Judith Flanders in Christmas: A Biography, published by Picador, having a Christmas tree had become the expected thing for middle-class British families. America followed shortly after. In 1850, Godey's Lady's Book, the most influential American women's magazine, republished the royal Christmas tree image, but with a clever edit. They removed Victoria's crown and Albert's moustache, making them look like an ordinary American family. The caption suggested that this was what refined, cultured families did at Christmas. American families, aspiring to respectability and refinement, wanted to emulate this. If this is what sophisticated people did, then by God they'd do it too. By the 1870s, you could buy Christmas trees from street vendors in major American cities. By the 1880s, the Christmas tree was becoming standard. By 1900, it was nearly universal among middle-class families. This is one of the most successful marketing campaigns in history, even though nobody planned it as such. An image in a magazine, just one image, transformed an obscure ethnic tradition into an essential Christmas symbol in less than 50 years. But here's what fascinates me. The Christmas tree succeeded because it was adaptable. It could mean whatever you wanted it to mean. For Christians, it could symbolize eternal life through Christ, the tree of life from Genesis, the wood of the cross. For secular folks, it could just be beautiful, a bit of nature's green in the dead of winter, a centerpiece for family gathering. For children, it could be magical, a mysterious visitor, Santa, leaving presents underneath it. For merchants, it could be profitable, not just selling trees, but ornaments, stands, lights, tree toppers, and all the gifts placed beneath. The Christmas tree was a blank canvas. Every family could project their own meaning onto it, and Americans took that adaptability and ran with it. According to research by sociologist James Barnett in The American Christmas: A Study in National Culture, published by Macmillan, by the early 1900s, American Christmas trees had become distinctly American, bigger, brighter, more decorated than their European cousins. We added electric lights in 1882. Thomas Edison's assistant Edward Johnson created the first electrically lit Christmas tree. We added tinsel. We added more and more ornaments until the tree was barely visible under the decorations. We also added the tradition of the public Christmas tree. In 1912, New York City held the first public Christmas tree lighting in Madison Square Park. In 1923, President Calvin Coolidge lit the first national Christmas tree on the White House lawn. In 1931, Rockefeller Center put up its first Christmas tree. That tradition continues today, and the lighting ceremony is watched by millions. These public trees served a different function than home trees. They created shared community experience. They said, we're all in this together. Rich and poor, immigrant and native-born, everyone can gather around this tree and feel part of something larger. During the Great Depression in the 1930s, according to historian Carol Ann Marling in Merry Christmas, celebrating America's greatest holiday, published by Harvard University Press, Christmas trees became even more important psychologically. When people had so little, when times were so hard, the Christmas tree represented hope, beauty, continuity. Families who could barely afford food would still somehow get a tree, because the tree said, we're still here, we're still a family, we still have hope. During World War II, Americans stationed overseas would improvise Christmas trees from whatever materials they could find. Palm fronds in the Pacific, scraps of metal in Europe. The tree had become so essential to American Christmas that soldiers literally couldn't celebrate without one. Now let me tell you about something that happened in my own family, and maybe you've experienced this too. When I was a kid, probably 7 or 8 years old, we went to a Christmas tree farm to cut down our own tree. My dad let me help saw through the trunk. Well, he did most of the work, but he let me feel like I was helping, and I remember thinking, this is so special. This is what Christmas is really about. But here's the thing. My dad didn't grow up cutting down Christmas trees. His family bought pre-cut trees from a lot. And his father? He grew up without Christmas trees at all in rural poverty. The tradition I experienced as ancient and essential was actually invented by my parents' generation, marketed by tree farms looking to create a nostalgic experience they could charge more money for. And you know what? That doesn't make it less meaningful. That's what I've learned studying all of this history. Invented traditions can be just as powerful as ancient ones. maybe more powerful, because we actively choose them, we create meaning around them, we decide what they represent to us. The Christmas tree's power isn't that it's ancient. We've established it's not. Its power is that it's adaptable, that it can hold whatever meaning we pour into it. For some families it's religious, for others secular, for some it's about community, for others private family intimacy. Some people spend hundreds of dollars on perfectly matched ornaments. Others hang handmade decorations from their children's preschool years. Both are valid. Both are meaningful. Here's my question for you. What does your Christmas tree mean to you? Is it the ornaments that carry memories, the ritual of decorating together, the way it lights up a dark room? Or maybe you don't have a tree at all. Some people don't, and that's fine too. Drop a comment and share your tree tradition, or lack thereof. I'm curious how this invented tradition has taken root in your life. For me, honestly, I've realized that the tree itself matters less than the ritual around it. The act of decorating together, of putting on music, of unwrapping ornaments and remembering the stories attached to them. Oh, this is from our trip to Colorado. This one you made in 2nd grade. That's where the magic lives. The tree is just the excuse, the framework that holds the meaning. But that's true of all these Christmas traditions we've been exploring, isn't it? The tree, Santa Claus, gift-giving, none of them are ancient. All of them are relatively recent inventions, but they work because they meet genuine human needs. For beauty, for ritual, for gathering, for creating memories, for marking time, for passing something down to the next generation. The people of 1523 had different traditions that met those same needs. They had their church services, their feasts, their 12 days of misrule. Those traditions made sense for their world, for a society where most people were illiterate, where the church was the center of community, where entertainment was participatory rather than watched. Our traditions make sense for our world, for a society that's mobile, commercial, diverse, media-saturated, secular. We've adapted Christmas to fit our needs, just as every generation before us adapted it to fit theirs, and the adaptation isn't finished. Right now, new Christmas traditions are being invented. The Elf on the Shelf, that didn't exist when I was a kid. It was created in 2005. Ugly Christmas sweater parties, maybe 30 years old. Watching Elf or Home Alone, those movies have become tradition for younger generations in a way they weren't for older ones. Some families now have traditions around video chatting with relatives far away, around posting Christmas photos on social media, around charitable giving in lieu of gifts. Christmas is still evolving, still being reinvented, and that's beautiful. But you know what hasn't changed in 500 years? The core human need that Christmas addresses, the need for light in darkness, for warmth in cold, for connection in isolation, for hope in hardship. That need existed in 1523, and it exists today. The evergreen tree staying green when everything else dies. That meant something to pagans worrying about whether spring would return, and it means something to us worrying about whether we'll make it through another year. The details change, the meaning persists. Now we've talked about trees and Santa and gift-giving, but we haven't yet addressed one of the wildest aspects of medieval Christmas. The 12 days of absolute chaos that made Puritans so horrified they had to ban the whole holiday. We're talking about servants becoming masters, social order flipping upside down, behaviours that would get you arrested any other time of year becoming not just acceptable, but expected. The Feast of Fools, the Lord of Misrule, traditions so wild that when I describe them to you, you'll understand why conservative religious folks thought Christmas had to be stopped. That carnival of chaos is waiting for us next. And trust me, it's unlike anything we associate with Christmas today. Imagine walking into your office on December 26th and your boss, your actual boss, is now taking orders from the intern. The intern is sitting in your boss's chair, wearing your boss's clothes, making company decisions, and your boss is serving him lunch. And this isn't a prank. This isn't hazing. This is expected, required even, and it lasts for 12 days. That's essentially what happened during the medieval Christmas season, and it was glorious chaos. Welcome to the world of misrule, the tradition that made Christmas in 1523 completely unrecognisable to modern eyes. Because while we've been talking about quiet family gatherings and religious observance, the truth is that medieval Christmas was also about sanctioned rebellion, ritualised disorder, and behaviours that would absolutely get you fired, arrested, or both in any other context. Let me introduce you to a real person whose story captures this perfectly. His name was George Ferrers, and in 1551, just 28 years after our benchmark year of 1523, he was appointed Lord of Misrule at the court of King Edward VI of England. Now, this wasn't some symbolic title. According to the detailed accounts preserved in the British Library's State Papers, Ferrers was given an actual budget, $200, which in today's money is roughly $60,000, and told to organise 12 days of entertainment. But here's the kicker. As Lord of Misrule, Ferrers outranked everyone, including the king. For those 12 days from Christmas through Epiphany on January 6th, Ferrers could mock the king, order nobles around, invert all normal protocol, and nobody could stop him. It was his job to create chaos, and he did. The records describe elaborate parades through London, with Ferrers dressed in ridiculous clothing, making speeches that parodied royal proclamations, hosting feasts where the normal seating order was reversed, servants at the head table, nobles serving them. Mock trials where people were charged with absurd crimes like being too serious or failing to laugh enough. Games, gambling, drinking to excess, bawdy songs that in any other season would be considered deeply inappropriate. This wasn't fringe behaviour. This was happening at the royal court. The king himself participated, willingly submitting to the temporary authority of the Lord of Misrule. Why? Why would any society, especially one as rigidly hierarchical as Tudor England, allow this? The answer, according to historian Ronald Hutton in The Rise and Fall of Merry England, published by Oxford University Press, is that misrule traditions functioned as a pressure release valve. Medieval and early modern society was incredibly stratified. You were born into a social class, and with rare exceptions, you stayed there. Peasants obeyed lords. Lords obeyed kings. Everyone obeyed the church. The weight of obligation, of knowing your place, of never stepping out of line, it was enormous. So for 12 days that order could be questioned. Servants could mock their masters, safely within ritual boundaries. The poor could feast like the rich. Social pretensions could be exposed and laughed at. And then, critically on January 7th, everything snapped back to normal. The Lord of Misrule gave up his crown. Servants returned to service. The hierarchy reasserted itself, but everyone had released some pressure. The system became more tolerable because it wasn't absolute, wasn't permanent. Even social order needed to rest occasionally. Now, the Lord of Misrule was primarily an aristocratic tradition, but similar practices existed at every level of society. In villages and towns across Europe, according to historian Natalie Zemon Davis, in her groundbreaking essay, The Reasons of Misrule, published in Society and Culture in early modern France, young men's organisations would elect a mock Abbot of Unreason, or Prince des Sots, Prince of Fools. These figures would lead processions, organize games, collect contributions from households, and temporarily govern community celebrations. And the celebrations could get wild. Really wild. Let me describe a typical scene from what was called the Feast of Fools, which often occurred during the 12 days of Christmas. This tradition was particularly strong in France, but existed throughout Catholic Europe. The source for what I'm about to describe comes from contemporary accounts compiled by historian Max Harris in Sacred Folly, A New History of the Feast of Fools, published by Cornell University Press. On the Feast of Fools' Day, the exact date varied by location, but often it was January 1st or the Feast of the Circumcision. Junior clergy and church staff would take over cathedral services, but they wouldn't perform them normally. They'd perform them as parody. They'd wear their vestments inside out or backwards. They'd sing liturgical music off-key on purpose, or replace sacred Latin words with nonsense syllables. They'd bring food and wine into the church and feast at the altar. They'd play dice and cards in the sanctuary. In some places, and this is documented in church records from horrified bishops, they'd even bring a donkey into the church and have it participate in the service, with everyone braying like donkeys instead of saying Amen. Some accounts describe participants wearing masks or dressing as women or animals, dancing in the church, mock sermons where a fool bishop would preach absolute nonsense with great solemnity. One account from Sens Cathedral in France describes participants running through the church throwing excrement, actual human waste, at the clergy who opposed the festivities. And here's the stunning thing. For a long time, the church tolerated this. Not happily, but they tolerated it. Because the alternative, completely suppressing these traditions, might lead to actual rebellion rather than ritualized temporary rebellion. But that tolerance was always fragile. The same bishops writing accounts of these festivities were also writing letters to Rome asking for permission to shut them down. The Feast of Fools walked a razor's edge between sacred and profane, between release and sacrilege, and gradually over the 1400s and 1500s, the church cracked down harder and harder. By 1523, the Feast of Fools had been banned in many places, though the traditions continued underground or in secular forms. The Protestant Reformation accelerated this suppression. Martin Luther and his followers had zero tolerance for anything that mocked sacred things, even in jest. The Puritans we discussed earlier, they saw misruled traditions as evidence that Christmas had become corrupted beyond redemption. But in 1523, in many places, misrule was still going strong, and it wasn't just about church parody. Let me tell you about another tradition called mumming. Mumming, or guising as it was called in Scotland, involved people, usually young men, dressing in disguise and going door to door performing plays, songs or dances in exchange for food, drink or money. According to historian E.K. Chambers in The Medieval Stage, published by Oxford University Press, these performances often involved cross-dressing, masks, animal costumes and themes of death and resurrection. The plays themselves were often crude, bawdy, full of sexual innuendo and violence. One popular mumming play, versions of which survive from the 1500s, features characters like Father Christmas, St. George, a dragon, a Turkish knight, and a doctor who resurrects dead characters. The plots make no sense. They're just excuses for slapstick fighting, exaggerated deaths and comic resurrection. But here's what's psychologically interesting. These plays, according to folklorist Alan Brody's analysis in The English Mummers and Their Plays, were performing rituals about the death of the old year and the birth of the new. The fighting and dying and resurrection weren't just entertainment, they were sympathetic magic, acting out what people hoped would happen, that winter would die, that spring would be resurrected, that life would triumph over death. Mumming was also, notably, a way for poor people to extract resources from the wealthy. If mummers came to your door, you were expected to reward them. Refusing was considered miserly, and could result in the mummers cursing your household or causing mischief, breaking fences, letting animals loose, that sort of thing. So the wealthy paid up, and the poor got a temporary redistribution of resources during the hardest part of winter. This aspect of Christmas, the obligation of the wealthy to provide for the poor, was actually taken seriously. In England, there was a tradition called Thomasing, or going a gooding, where poor people would go door to door at wealthy houses on December 21st, St. Thomas's Day, asking for food or money. According to historian Alison Sim in Food and Feast in Tudor England, wealthy families were expected to be generous, providing grain, meat, or coins to those who asked. This wasn't optional charity, it was obligation. The social contract demanded it, and during the Christmas season, the poor had more leverage to enforce this obligation than at any other time. The spirit of misrule meant the normal rules were suspended. The poor could be more demanding. The wealthy had to be more generous. For a brief window, the power balance shifted. Think about what this means. Christmas in 1523 wasn't just about personal spirituality or family warmth. It was about social justice, primitive, rough, but real. It was a mechanism for ensuring the wealthy didn't forget the poor, for redistributing resources, for allowing the powerless to temporarily claim power. Modern Christmas has lost most of that. Yes, we have charitable giving, food drives, Salvation Army bell ringers, but it's voluntary, individual, and it doesn't involve any actual transfer of power or any real challenge to social hierarchy. We give from comfort, not from obligation, and the recipients receive as charity, not as right. I'm not saying medieval misrule was better. It was chaotic, sometimes violent, often excessive. But it did acknowledge something we've forgotten. That celebration should include everyone. That joy shouldn't be hoarded by those who can afford it. That the social order needs to be questioned regularly, even if only ritually. Here's another aspect of misrule that's disappeared: the games. Medieval Christmas was full of games, not quiet board games, but rowdy physical games. According to historian John Marshall Carter in Medieval Games, Sports and Recreations in Feudal Society, popular Christmas games included football, but not the organised sport we know. Medieval football involved entire villages, hundreds of players, few rules, and the goalposts might be miles apart. It was essentially ritualized warfare. People got hurt. Sometimes people died. But it was expected at Christmas. Dice and card games. Normally gambling was restricted or frowned upon, but at Christmas everyone gambled. Clergy gambled, monks gambled. The pious and the profane all rolled dice together. Drinking games. These were elaborate and competitive. One account from a 1522 feast describes a game where participants had to drink from a cup while spinning in a circle, then successfully thread a needle. Those who failed had to drink more and try again. People ended up spectacularly drunk, which was the point. There were also games of physical skill, archery contests, wrestling matches, races, and games of chance that determined who would be king of the feast. The person who found a bean hidden in a cake, or whose name was drawn, would rule the festivities for the day, with others obeying their commands. All of this, the gambling, the drinking, the physical games, the temporary inversions of power, was part of Christmas, and all of it horrified reformers who thought Christmas should be somber, spiritual, focused on Christ's birth rather than human pleasure. The tension between these two visions of Christmas, sacred versus secular, spiritual versus sensual, serious versus playful, runs through the entire history we're exploring. And honestly, it's never been resolved. We're still fighting that battle today. Every December, articles appear debating whether Christmas is too commercial, or arguing about saying Merry Christmas versus Happy Holidays. These are just modern versions of arguments that have raged for 500 years. Here's my question for you. Which version of Christmas appeals to you more? The ordered, family-centered, somewhat sanitized Christmas we have now, or the chaotic, community-wide, socially disruptive Christmas of 1523? Would you want to live in a world where social order inverts for 12 days, where bosses serve employees, where the poor can demand from the rich, where churches host parody services and everyone gets spectacularly drunk? Leave a comment with your honest answer, because I think this question reveals something about what we value. Do we value stability or disruption, privacy or community, individual family celebration or social obligation? For me, I'll be honest, the chaos sounds exhausting. The idea of 12 days of mandatory festivities, of having to participate in community celebrations whether I feel like it or not, of social expectations and obligations extending to every aspect of life. It sounds overwhelming. I value the freedom to celebrate how I choose, to opt in or out, to have Christmas be as big or small as I want it to be. But I also recognize what we've lost. That sense of community obligation, that temporary leveling of hierarchy, that permission to question authority, even if only in ritual form. Modern Christmas is optional, privatized, individual. You can have a massive celebration or ignore the holiday entirely, and either choice is acceptable. That freedom is valuable, but it's also isolating. Medieval Christmas was mandatory, communal, and exhausting. But nobody was alone, nobody was forgotten. The poor had a claim on the rich. The powerless had a moment of power. Everyone was included in something larger than themselves. Both systems have costs and benefits. Both meet some human needs while neglecting others. And that's probably why Christmas keeps changing. Every generation tries to balance these competing values differently, tries to create a Christmas that works for their time, their culture, their needs. But one thing remained constant from 1523 to now: food. Christmas has always been about feasting, about eating special things, about abundance, or at least the attempt at abundance. But what people actually ate at Christmas in 1523 would surprise you. We're not talking turkey and stuffing and cranberry sauce. We're talking about dishes that would make most modern Americans say absolutely not. And yet, for people in 1523, these were delicacies, the foods you saved all year to afford, the flavors that meant celebration. That culinary journey through time is where we're headed next, and I promise you, it's going to make you appreciate, or maybe question, your own Christmas dinner in ways you never expected. There's a menu that survived from December 25th, 1526, just 3 years after our benchmark date, from the household of the Earl of Northumberland in England. The menu is preserved in the British Library, and when I first read it, I thought there must be some mistake, because the Christmas feast described in this document includes peacock served in its own feathers, a whole roasted swan, a boar's head garnished with bay leaves and rosemary, porpoise, yes, porpoise, the marine mammal, and something called frumenti, which is wheat boiled in milk and coloured with saffron. Not a turkey in sight, no mashed potatoes, no cranberry sauce, no pumpkin pie. Nothing that Americans would recognise as Christmas dinner, and that menu was for the wealthy. For most people in 1523, Christmas dinner looked completely different, and honestly, a lot less appetising. Let me take you back to Thomas and Margaret's house in Yorkshire, where we visited earlier. Remember that Christmas Eve pottage Margaret was making? 4 ounces of salted pork, barley, turnip, onion. That was their feast. But let's talk about what they might have eaten on Christmas Day itself if they were lucky. According to food historian C.M. Woolgar in The Culture of Food in England, 1200–1500, published by Yale University Press, a typical peasant Christmas meal in the early 1500s might include bread, but not wheat bread. Wheat was expensive. Most peasants ate bread made from barley, rye, or even peas and beans ground into flour. This bread was dense, dark, sometimes gritty from poorly ground grain. It wouldn't rise much because the flour lacked gluten. One account describes it as having the texture of a barely edible brick. Pottage. Always pottage. This was the universal peasant food, eaten at nearly every meal. At Christmas you might add extra ingredients if you had them. Maybe some dried peas, maybe an extra onion, maybe a bit of bacon fat for flavour. But fundamentally it's still just boiled grain and vegetables. Ale. Peasants drank ale because water was often unsafe. At Christmas you might get stronger ale, specially brewed for the season. This ale wasn't like modern beer. It was thick, cloudy, low in alcohol and flavoured with herbs rather than hops. One contemporary described it as tasting like liquid bread, which actually makes sense given it was basically fermented grain. If you were very fortunate, you might get a piece of cheese, or an egg, or, in an exceptional year, a bit of goose or chicken. But most people, most years, ate their regular food with maybe slightly larger portions. Now, let's move up the social ladder. What did the middle class, merchants, successful craftsmen, prosperous farmers eat at Christmas? This is where it gets more interesting because this class had money, but also wanted to show it. Christmas dinner became a display of wealth and status. According to historian Bridget Ann Hennish in Fast and Feast Food in Medieval Society, published by Pennsylvania State University Press, a middle-class Christmas feast in 1523 might include roasted meat, most commonly goose, capon, castrated rooster, or mutton. Beef was less common because cattle were more valuable alive as work animals. Pork was popular, particularly a whole roasted pig. The meat would be seasoned heavily with expensive spices to demonstrate wealth. Pepper, ginger, cinnamon, cloves. Pies, but not dessert pies. Savoury meat pies, where the crust was often just a container, not meant to be eaten. The crust would be thick, hard, almost like a ceramic dish. You'd crack it open, eat the meat inside, and discard the crust or give it to servants or dogs. This crust was called coffin, which tells you something about its quality. Fish. Remember, medieval Catholics still observed meatless days, so Christmas celebrations often included fish dishes. But not just any fish. Salted cod, pickled herring, eel pie. And here's something that would shock modern Americans. Porpoise and whale were classified as fish by the medieval church because they lived in water, so they were acceptable on meatless days and appeared at Christmas feasts. Vegetables, but prepared in ways we'd find strange. Parsnips, turnips, onions, leeks, and cabbage were common, but they'd be boiled until soft, heavily spiced, sometimes mixed with dried fruits. The medieval palate loved combining savoury and sweet in ways we find odd today. Meat pies with currants, vegetables with honey. For dessert, if you could afford it, mince pie. But originally this was actually made with minced meat, not just fruit. A mixture of chopped mutton or beef, sweet, dried fruits and spices, all in a pastry. Frumenti, that wheat milk dish I mentioned. Gingerbread, though it was harder and denser than modern gingerbread. Marzipan if you were really wealthy, since almonds and sugar were both expensive. Now, let's talk about the truly wealthy, the nobility, the aristocrats who could afford to make Christmas dinner an exhibition of extravagance and power. This is where medieval Christmas feasting becomes almost performance art. The Earl of Northumberland's menu I mentioned earlier. Let me give you more details because it's spectacular in its excess. This comes from The Regulations and Establishment of the Household of Henry Algernon Percy, a document from 1512 that gives us incredible detail about aristocratic dining. The centerpiece was often a boar's head, served on a huge platter, garnished elaborately, carried in ceremoniously while everyone sang the Boar's Head Carol. This wasn't just food, it was theatre. The boar represented strength, courage, winter itself being conquered and consumed. Peacock or swan, roasted and then redressed in their own feathers so they appeared alive, were served as showpieces. According to food historian Terence Scully in The Art of Cookery in the Middle Ages, published by Boydell Press, the bird would be skinned carefully, keeping the feathers attached to the skin. After roasting, the skin with feathers would be sewn back on. The bird's beak might be gilded with actual gold leaf. It would be presented standing, looking almost alive, a centerpiece of wonder before being carved and eaten. Multiple courses, 6, 8, sometimes 12 courses, each with multiple dishes. One royal Christmas feast from the 1400s had 17 separate meat dishes in a single course, not 17 bites, 17 full dishes of different meats. Sugar sculptures, called subtleties, depicting religious or mythological scenes. These were pure status symbols since sugar was so expensive that displaying it as inedible art proved you were wealthy beyond practical concerns. One account describes a sugar sculpture of the nativity scene, 6 feet tall, coloured with exotic dyes. It was displayed throughout the feast and then possibly given to a favoured guest as a gift, not eaten. Spices in quantities that would bankrupt a peasant for a year. Cinnamon, pepper, ginger, cloves, nutmeg, saffron. These came from the Indies and the Middle East via treacherous trade routes. They cost more per pound than many people earned in a month. Using them lavishly was the ultimate flex. And here's something that would horrify modern health inspectors. Preservation techniques meant that meat often sat for days or weeks before being eaten. Historian Massimo Montanari in Medieval Tastes, Food, Cooking and the Table, published by Columbia University Press, explains that heavy spicing wasn't just about showing wealth, it also masked the taste of meat that was, shall we say, past its prime. That Christmas goose might have been killed a week ago and been hanging in a cold room slowly decomposing. The spices made it edible. Now what's completely missing from all of this? Turkey. The bird Americans most associate with holiday feasts wasn't part of European Christmas until much later. Turkeys were native to the Americas, the Aztecs had domesticated them, and European explorers only encountered them in the early 1500s. The first turkeys arrived in Spain around 1519, just 4 years before our reference date. They wouldn't reach England until the 1520s, and wouldn't become popular Christmas fare until the Victorian era in the 1800s. So when Americans cook turkey for Christmas or Thanksgiving and think they're continuing an ancient tradition, they're actually participating in something quite recent, maybe 150 years old at most. Similarly, potatoes, another Thanksgiving and Christmas staple, didn't exist in Europe in 1523. They're from South America. Europeans wouldn't even encounter them until the Spanish conquest of Peru in the 1530s, and they wouldn't become a common food in Europe until the 1700s. That means no mashed potatoes, no baked potatoes, no potato anything. No tomatoes either, also from the Americas. No corn, no chocolate, no vanilla, no many foods we consider essential. The Columbian Exchange, the transfer of foods between the Old and New Worlds after 1492, was only 30 years old in 1523, and most foods hadn't made the journey yet. What about drinks? We mentioned ale for peasants, but the wealthy drank wine, mostly from France or Spain, since English wine was unreliable. But here's what's interesting. According to historian Richard Unger in Beer in the Middle Ages and the Renaissance, published by University of Pennsylvania Press, medieval wine was often mixed with spices and honey to create hippocras, a mulled wine similar to modern mulled cider. This was served hot, particularly at Christmas, because heat was luxury and spices were wealth, so hot spiced wine was double luxury. There was also a drink called wassail, from the Anglo-Saxon phrase weis hael, meaning be healthy. Wassail was ale or cider heated with spices, honey, and sometimes eggs beaten into it. Groups would go wassailing, carrying a bowl door to door, singing in exchange for refills. This was another form of wealth redistribution. The poor were sailing at the doors of the rich, who were obligated to provide drinks and food. The wassail tradition connects to something important. Medieval Christmas food wasn't just about individual consumption. It was about community, obligation, and display. You didn't just eat well at Christmas, you demonstrated your eating well to others. You fed your servants, your tenants, visitors, even strangers who appeared at your door. Historian Felicity Heal documents in Hospitality in Early Modern England, published by Clarendon Press, that Christmas hospitality was not optional for the wealthy. Your reputation depended on being generous at Christmas. Nobles competed to host the most people, serve the most food, create the most memorable feasts. To be known as stingy at Christmas was social death. This is radically different from modern Christmas dinner, which is typically private, family only, maybe a few invited guests. We're not obligated to feed the community. We don't demonstrate our wealth through public feasting. We might donate to a food bank, which is good, but it's different from personally hosting and feeding people. Let me paint one more picture to bring this all together. December 25th, 1523, in the great hall of a manor house. 50 people are present. The lord's family, visiting relatives, household servants, some tenants, a travelling friar, a few entertainers. Trestle tables form a U-shape around the room. The lord and his wife sit at the high table on a raised platform. Everyone else sits at the lower tables in strict order by rank. Servants bring in the boar's head on a platter, and everyone sings. The boar is set before the lord, who ceremonially carves the first slice. Then servants carve and distribute meat to everyone, but not equal portions. The lord gets the best cut. High-status guests get good portions. Lower-status people get lesser cuts. Servants might get only scraps. This isn't egalitarian. The feast reinforces hierarchy even as it feeds everyone. Course after course appears: pies, fish, more meat, vegetables, sweet dishes. Musicians play between courses. Someone might recite poetry or tell stories. The meal lasts hours, 3, 4, 5 hours of eating, drinking, socializing. People eat until they're uncomfortably full, because abundance is the point. You're supposed to eat more than you need to demonstrate that scarcity has been conquered, at least temporarily. And here's something that would shock modern Americans. People ate mostly with their hands. Forks weren't common in England in 1523. They were an Italian novelty just beginning to spread. You had a knife to cut meat, a spoon for pottage or liquids, but otherwise you used your fingers. Napkins were rare. You might wipe your hands on bread or on the tablecloth. Sharing dishes was normal. You'd reach into a communal bowl, take what you wanted. Personal space and individual plates weren't really concepts yet. The whole experience would feel alien to us. The flavors, much more spiced and sweet-savory combinations. The textures, everything either very soft from long boiling or very tough from roasting. The communal nature, sharing bowls, eating with hands. The inequality, visible hierarchy in every portion. The duration, hours and hours of continuous eating and drinking. And yet, for people in 1523, this was Christmas. This was celebration. This was abundance. This was joy. Would you want to eat this meal, honestly? Boar's head, peacock in its feathers, porpoise, overly spiced half-spoiled meat, thick dark bread, vegetables boiled to mush, everything eaten with your hands in a cold hall filled with smoke from the fireplace. Or would you prefer your modern Christmas dinner, whatever that looks like for you? Maybe turkey and stuffing and cranberry sauce, maybe ham and potatoes, maybe tamales and menudo, maybe Chinese takeout, maybe nothing special because you don't celebrate. All of those are valid. All of them are modern. All of them would have been impossible or unimaginable in 1523. Food is such an intimate part of culture, isn't it? We literally incorporate it into our bodies. We taste the past when we cook traditional recipes. But most of what we think of as traditional Christmas food is actually quite recent. Turkey, Victorian era, cranberry sauce, American invention, 1800s. Pumpkin pie? Possibly originated in the 1600s but didn't become a Christmas staple until the 1800s. Eggnog? Likely 1700s. Candy canes? Probably 1600s in Europe. Popularized in America in the 1800s. The Christmas dinner you eat this year, whatever it is part of this long evolution. You're participating in a tradition that's constantly changing, that's different for every family, every culture, every generation. And that's perfect. Because here's what hasn't changed. The desire to eat something special, to mark the occasion with food, to share abundance, or the attempt at abundance, with people we care about. That desire connected Thomas and Margaret sharing their salted pork pottage in 1523, and it connects you sharing whatever you eat this December. The menu has changed completely. The meaning hasn't. But speaking of meanings that have changed, or have they? We need to talk about something that's been lurking in the background of everything we've discussed, the music. Because when you think of Christmas, you probably hear music in your head. Jingle bells, Silent Night, White Christmas, maybe All I Want for Christmas Is You. These songs are inescapable from November through December. But in 1523, the soundtrack of Christmas was completely different, and the story of how we got from there to here, from Latin hymns to Mariah Carey, is one of the most surprising transformations in our entire journey. Stand in a cathedral in 1523 on Christmas morning. The stone walls rise impossibly high into darkness. Remember, there's no electric lighting, just candles that barely push back the shadows. The air is so cold you can see your breath. And then, cutting through that cold and darkness, you hear voices. Not a choir singing Joy to the World or O Holy Night. Those songs don't exist yet and won't for centuries. Instead, you hear Latin. Puer natus est nobis. Unto us a child is born. The melody is ancient, unchanged since the 1200s. The voices are male, boys and men, because women aren't allowed to sing in church. The sound is otherworldly, echoing off stone, complex harmonies weaving together in ways that make the music seem to come from everywhere and nowhere. This is what Christmas music sounded like in 1523. And if you time travelled there from today, you wouldn't recognise a single song. The shocking truth is that almost every Christmas carol you know, and I mean almost every single one, was written after 1800. Silent Night, 1818. Hark, the herald angels sing, 1739 for the words, but the melody we know wasn't added until 1855. O come, all ye faithful, maybe 1700s, but we're not certain. The first Noel, possibly older, but the first written record is from 1823. Joy to the World, 1719 for the words, 1848 for the music arrangement we know. The oldest Christmas carol that's still commonly sung is probably The Friendly Beasts, which dates to at least the 1100s, or Good King Wenceslas, based on a spring carol from the 1500s, but given Christmas words in 1853. But these are exceptions. The vast majority of traditional Christmas carols are Victorian inventions, so what did people in 1523 actually sing at Christmas? According to musicologist John Stevens in his comprehensive study Music and Poetry in the Early Tudor Court, published by Cambridge University Press, Christmas music in 1523 fell into three distinct categories, and none of them were quite what we'd call carols. First, there was liturgical music, the official music of the church, sung in Latin by trained clergy and choir. This included Gregorian chants that dated back centuries, complex polyphonic masses composed by masters like John Taverner and Thomas Tallis in England, or Josquin des Prez in Europe. This music was sophisticated, formal, meant to elevate the mind toward the divine. I want you to really imagine hearing this, not through headphones or speakers, but live, in a massive stone space. The human voice, unaccompanied by instruments in many churches. Remember, some Protestant reformers considered instruments too worldly, creating harmonies so complex they seem mathematically impossible. The sound building and building, voices entering at different times, weaving together until the cathedral itself seems to vibrate with music. This was transcendent. This was meant to be. But it was also completely inaccessible to most people. The words were in Latin, which peasants didn't understand. The melodies were complex, not singable by untrained voices. This music was something you experienced as a listener, not a participant. You stood in the cold church and listened to the clergy and choir performing sacred mysteries in a sacred language. The second category was more interesting for our purposes, religious folk songs. These were songs in the vernacular, English, French, German, that told biblical stories or celebrated religious holidays. According to folklorist Cecil Sharp in English Folk Carols published by Novello, many of these songs dated back to the Middle Ages and were passed down orally, changing over time. But here's the crucial thing. These weren't called carols in 1523. The word carol originally meant a dance song, a circular dance with music. By the 1500s, it was starting to mean festive songs generally, but it wasn't specifically associated with Christmas. What we'd call Christmas carols were just Christmas songs, or Noel songs, Noel being the French word for Christmas that entered English usage. These folk songs were simpler than liturgical music, with memorable melodies and repeated refrains that groups could sing together. They told stories, the nativity, the shepherds, the wise men, but they also mixed in folk beliefs, legends and non-biblical elements that made the church nervous. One example that survives from this era is the Cherry Tree Carol, which tells a strange apocryphal story about Mary, Joseph, and a cherry tree that miraculously bows down to offer its fruit to the pregnant Mary. This song appears in manuscripts from the 1400s and was likely sung at Christmas, though the church didn't officially approve it because the story wasn't in the Bible. Another is the Corpus Christi Carol, which is deeply mysterious, possibly about the Holy Grail, possibly about the crucifixion, possibly about something else entirely. The lyrics are haunting and strange. Over yonder's a merry mill, it's clacked full loud with a will. Under a bank the stream ran still, lully lulle lully lulle. No one knows exactly what it means, but it was sung at Christmas time. The third category is where things get really interesting. Secular festive songs. These weren't religious at all. They were drinking songs, party songs, songs celebrating the 12 days of Christmas revelry we discussed earlier, and the church absolutely hated them. Historian Ronald Hutton documents in The Stations of the Sun, published by Oxford University Press, that bishops regularly issued complaints about inappropriate songs being sung during the Christmas season. People would sing bawdy songs, make up parodies of religious hymns, compose verses mocking authority figures. This was part of the misrule tradition, using music to temporarily invert social order and moral expectations. One genre that emerged was the wassailing song, songs sung door to door while carrying a bowl and asking for drinks, food, or money. These songs could be quasi-religious, celebrating the season, but they could also be demanding or even threatening. One wassailing song fragment that survives includes the lines, "If you haven't got a penny, then a ha'penny will do. If you haven't got a ha'penny, then God bless you." Which sounds nice, except the next verse implies that if you don't give anything, your fruit trees will die and your livestock will sicken. It's a blessing and a curse wrapped together. Now, here's something that might surprise you. Instrumental music was controversial in 1523. Many Protestant reformers, particularly the more radical ones, believed that instruments in church were popish superstition, that voices alone should praise God. Some churches had organs, but even these were debated. Instruments for secular music, fiddles, pipes, drums, were associated with revelry and therefore suspect. This meant that Christmas music in 1523 was primarily vocal, unaccompanied singing, or at most accompanied by simple instruments in non-church settings. The lush orchestration we associate with Christmas music, strings, brass, percussion, full orchestras performing Handel's Messiah, that's all later. In 1523 it was just voices in the cold and dark. So what changed? How did we get from that to Rudolph the Red-Nosed Reindeer playing in every shopping mall? The first big shift came with the printing press. Before printing, songs were transmitted orally or written out by hand in expensive manuscripts that only institutions like churches could afford. But with printing, sheet music became available. Composers could publish their work. Songs could spread much faster and more accurately. The second shift came with literacy. As more people learned to read, they could read printed lyrics. Hymn books became common. By the 1600s and 1700s, many Protestant churches were singing hymns in their own language, with the congregation participating rather than just listening to choirs. This democratized religious music. The third shift came with changing theology. The austere Protestantism that banned Christmas in the 1600s gradually softened. By the 1700s, many Protestant leaders decided that Christmas was acceptable if celebrated appropriately, with focus on Christ's birth, not pagan revelry, and music was central to this appropriate celebration. Isaac Watts, an English hymn writer, published Joy to the World in 1719, based on Psalm 98, not specifically about Christmas, but it became associated with Christmas later. Charles Wesley wrote, "Hark, the herald angels sing" in 1739, though it was originally titled Hymn for Christmas Day and had different words. These hymns were theologically solid, biblically based, singable by congregations. They made Christmas music respectable, but the real explosion came in the 1800s. According to music historian William Studwell in the Christmas Carol Reader, published by Haworth Press, more Christmas carols were written between 1830 and 1900 than in all previous history combined. This wasn't coincidence. This was the Victorian reinvention of Christmas we've been discussing throughout this journey. The Victorians loved Christmas carols. They published carol collections, organised carol singing groups, sent carol singers door to door, reviving the old wassailing tradition but making it respectable. They composed new carols and revived old ones, often editing out the bawdy or theologically questionable parts. Silent Night was written in Austria in 1818 by Franz Xaver Gruber and Joseph Mohr. It became popular in Europe and America, and is now probably the most recognized Christmas song worldwide. The story of its composition, supposedly written hastily on Christmas Eve when the church organ broke, may be embellished, but the song's simple beauty made it accessible to everyone. O Holy Night was written in France in 1847 by Adolphe Adam. It was controversial at first because the Catholic Church considered it too theatrical, lacking religious dignity. But people loved it, and it became a standard. We Three Kings was written in 1857 by John Henry Hopkins, Jr., an American Episcopal minister. This was one of the first major Christmas carols written by an American. The Victorians also invented the practice of Christmas caroling as we know it, going door to door singing carols for charity or just for fun, without the implicit demands or threats of medieval wassailing. It was wholesome, family-friendly, appropriate for respectable middle-class people. Then came the 1900s and the secularization of Christmas music. This is when Christmas songs stopped being primarily about Jesus and started being about Santa, snow, romance, family, and general holiday cheer. Jingle Bells was written by James Lord Pierpont in 1857, not as a Christmas song at all actually, but as a Thanksgiving song about horse-drawn sleigh races. It became associated with Christmas later because, well, it has bells and snow. Winter Wonderland was written in 1934 by Felix Bernard and Richard B. Smith. It mentions nothing religious. It's just about walking in snow and romance. But it became a Christmas staple because it evokes winter, and Christmas happens in winter. White Christmas by Irving Berlin, first performed by Bing Crosby in 1942, became the best-selling single of all time. It's about nostalgia, about longing for Christmas as it used to be, or as we imagine it used to be, with snow and warmth and togetherness. It's secular, sentimental, and it absolutely resonated with Americans during World War II who were separated from their families and longing for home. Rudolph the Red-Nosed Reindeer was written in 1949 by Johnny Marks, based on a 1939 booklet created by Robert L. May for Montgomery Ward Department Store. Yes, it was corporate marketing, and it became one of the most beloved Christmas songs in America. The story of an outcast who becomes a hero because of the very thing that made him different. That's powerful. That's myth-making. The Christmas song, Chestnuts Roasting on an Open Fire by Mel Torme and Robert Wells, written in 1945, creates a cozy domestic image of Christmas that had nothing to do with 1523 and everything to do with mid-century American ideals. By the 1950s and 1960s, Christmas music had become big business. Crooners like Bing Crosby, Frank Sinatra, Nat King Cole all released Christmas albums. Rock and roll artists recorded Christmas songs, Jingle Bell Rock, Rockin' Around the Christmas Tree. Every genre had to have Christmas content. The 1980s brought Last Christmas by Wham, about heartbreak and romance. Do They Know It's Christmas by Band Aid, about African famine. Problematic in many ways, but showing how Christmas music could address social issues. The 1990s gave us Mariah Carey's All I Want for Christmas Is You, which has become so ubiquitous that it's essentially a modern standard, earning Carey millions in royalties every December. And now, in the 2020s, Christmas music is everywhere, unavoidable, starting before Thanksgiving in many stores. According to data from the streaming service Spotify, Christmas music listening increases by over 2,000% in December compared to November. The top Christmas songs get hundreds of millions of streams. But here's what's fascinating. We're still singing some Victorian carols alongside modern pop songs. Silent Night and All I Want for Christmas Is You coexist in the Christmas music canon. We have this layered chronology where songs from 1818, 1945, and 1994 all feel like Christmas music in the same way. And you know what's completely gone? Those Latin liturgical pieces from 1523. Most Americans have never heard Puer Natus es Nobis or any Gregorian Christmas chant. The music that defined Christmas for centuries has been almost completely replaced in just 200 years. Is that a loss? I think so, in a way. Those chants were beautiful, sophisticated, connected us to centuries of tradition. But I also understand why they disappeared. They required trained singers. They were in a dead language. They were meant for a worldview, a medieval Catholic understanding of Christmas as a solemn holy day that most Americans don't share anymore. The Christmas music we have now, diverse, secular and sacred, simple and complex, traditional and contemporary, reflects who we are now. It reflects a Christmas that's for everyone, not just churchgoers. It reflects a commercial culture where music sells products and products sell music. It reflects our desire for nostalgia, singing the old songs, and novelty, writing new ones every year. Here's my question for you. What Christmas song means the most to you? Is it a religious carol that connects you to faith? A secular song that reminds you of childhood? Something your family sings together? Or are you like me, where different songs mean different things? O Holy Night for its beauty, White Christmas for its nostalgia. All I want for Christmas, because sometimes you just need pop perfection. Drop a comment with your favourite Christmas song and why. I'm genuinely curious because Christmas music is so personal. We all have different songs that trigger memories, emotions, that make us feel like it's really Christmas. For me, it's actually Silent Night. Not because I'm particularly religious, but because my grandmother used to sing it on Christmas Eve in German, Stille Nacht, in her rough, wavering old woman voice. She died 15 years ago, but every time I hear Silent Night, especially the German version, I'm 7 years old again in her living room, smelling pine needles and candle wax, feeling safe and loved. That's what Christmas music does, isn't it? It carries memory. It marks time. It creates atmosphere. Whether it's Gregorian chant in a medieval cathedral or Mariah Carey in a modern mall, music transforms ordinary time into sacred time, or at least special time. It tells us, pay attention. This moment matters. This is different from ordinary days. The people of 1523 felt that when they heard Puer Natus est Nobis echoing through the cold stone church. We feel it when we hear whatever song connects us to Christmas meaning. The specific songs have changed completely. The function, the emotional and communal work that Christmas music does remains the same. But while we've been talking about trees and food and music, we've been dancing around the biggest question of all, the question at the heart of everything. What was Christmas actually about in 1523? What was the religious core before it got wrapped in Victorian sentiment and commercial wrapping paper? Because the way people in 1523 understood Christ, understood his birth, understood what it meant to be Christian, that was radically different from most American Christianity today. And understanding that difference helps us understand why Christmas had to change so dramatically. That theological journey from medieval faith to modern belief, that's the story waiting for us next. There's a painting that hangs in the National Gallery in London. It's called The Nativity at Night by Geertgen tot Sint Jans, painted around 1490, just 33 years before our reference year. And when I first saw this painting, something about it stopped me cold. The scene is Mary, Joseph and the baby Jesus in the stable, but everything is dark, almost completely black, except for one source of light, the baby himself. Jesus is literally glowing, radiating light so bright that Mary's face is illuminated as she leans over the manger. Joseph stands in shadow. The animals are barely visible, but the baby shines like the sun. This wasn't artistic license. This was theology. This painting shows exactly how people in 1523 understood the birth of Jesus, not as a sweet family moment, but as the moment when divine light entered a world of darkness, the incarnation, God becoming flesh, light itself taking human form. And that understanding shaped everything about how Christmas was celebrated, experienced, and understood in ways that most modern Americans can barely comprehend. Let me take you back to that cold church in Yorkshire on Christmas Day, 1523. Thomas, Margaret, and their children are there along with everyone else from the village. They've been standing for over an hour already. Remember, there are no pews for common people, and they'll stand for several more hours through 3 separate masses. Their feet are numb with cold. Baby William is crying softly from hunger and discomfort, but nobody leaves. You don't leave Mass. You can't. The priest is celebrating the liturgy in Latin, his back to the congregation. That's how it's done. The priest faces the altar, not the people. According to historian Eamon Duffy's comprehensive work, The Stripping of the Altars, Traditional Religion in England, 1400–1580, published by Yale University Press, the average English parish church in this period held at least 3 Christmas masses, one at midnight, matins, one at dawn, lauds, and one during the day, the Christmas Day Mass proper. Thomas and Margaret don't understand the Latin words, but they know the ritual. They know when to cross themselves, when to kneel on the cold stone floor, when to stand. They know that when the priest elevates the host, holds up the consecrated bread that has become, literally and miraculously, the body of Christ, that this is the most sacred moment. Some people believe that seeing the elevated host can protect you from sudden death for the rest of that day. The moment is that powerful. This isn't symbolic. This isn't Jesus is here with us in spirit. The Catholic theology of 1523, which historian Miri Rubin explores in Corpus Christi, the Eucharist in late medieval culture, published by Cambridge University Press, held that the bread and wine physically, substantially, really became the body and blood of Christ through transubstantiation. Jesus was literally present, right there, on that altar, in that church, in that moment. For Thomas and Margaret, Christmas isn't just commemorating something that happened 1,523 years ago in Bethlehem. Christmas is about God continuing to enter the world, continuing to become flesh, continuing to offer salvation. The past and the present collapse together in the Eucharist. Now, let's talk about something that might surprise you. Nativity scenes. Those cute displays with Mary and Joseph and baby Jesus in a manger, surrounded by shepherds and wise men and animals. Those are everywhere now, right? On lawns, in churches, as Christmas decorations. We assume they're ancient. But in 1523, nativity scenes, what are called crèches, were relatively new and not particularly common in England. According to historian James Hall in Dictionary of Subjects and Symbols in Art, published by Westview Press, St. Francis of Assisi created the first live nativity scene in 1223 in Greccio, Italy, exactly 300 years before our reference year. Francis wanted people to visualize the poverty and humility of Christ's birth, so he set up a manger with real animals and had people act out the nativity story. This was revolutionary. Before Francis, the nativity was depicted in paintings and sculptures, but not as a physical, three-dimensional scene that you could walk around and experience. Francis's innovation was making it tangible, real, something you could almost touch. The practice spread slowly through Catholic Europe. By 1523, some wealthy churches and noble households might have nativity displays, but they weren't universal. And in Protestant areas, particularly after the Reformation really took hold, nativity scenes became controversial. Too Catholic, too much like worship of images, which Protestants believed violated the second commandment. So Thomas and Margaret in their Yorkshire village in 1523 probably never saw a nativity scene. Their image of the birth came from paintings on church walls, from stories told by priests, from their imagination. And that image was darker, stranger, more mystical than the cosy nativity scenes we know today. Medieval and early Renaissance nativity art, which art historian Margaret Miles analyses in Image as Insight, Visual Understanding in Western Christianity and Secular Culture, published by Beacon Press, emphasize certain elements we often forget today: Mary's pain. Medieval Christians understood that Mary suffered during childbirth. Some theologians argued she gave birth painlessly as a sign of her purity, but popular imagery often showed her exhausted, in discomfort. The nativity wasn't sanitized. It was real human birth in terrible conditions, the poverty. The stable was depicted as genuinely poor, falling apart, drafty, dark. The manger was rough wood, possibly dirty from animal use. This wasn't a cozy barn. It was desperate shelter in a desperate situation. The darkness. Like in that painting I mentioned earlier, nativity scenes often emphasize darkness, physical and spiritual. The world before Christ's birth was in darkness. His birth brought light. That contrast mattered immensely. The animals. Medieval tradition held that the animals in the stable, the ox and the donkey, recognized Christ's divinity when humans didn't. They worshipped him. There are medieval carols about the animals speaking on Christmas night, praising the newborn king. This reflected the belief that all creation participated in the incarnation. Now, here's where it gets really interesting. Medieval Christians didn't just celebrate Jesus' birth on December 25th. They celebrated his circumcision on January 1st, 8 days after birth, as prescribed by Jewish law. They celebrated the visit of the Magi on January 6th, Epiphany. They even celebrated the massacre of the Holy Innocents, Herod's killing of infant boys, on December 28th. The Christmas season was a complete narrative, from birth through the early weeks of Jesus' life, including the dark parts, the violence, the threat. It wasn't all silent nights and joy to the world. It was complicated, reflecting the complexity of the gospel accounts. And here's something most Americans don't realize. In 1523, Christmas wasn't even the most important Christian holy day. Easter was, by far. According to historian Ronald Hutton in The Rise and Fall of Merry England, medieval Christians saw Easter, the resurrection, as the central moment of Christianity. Christmas was important, yes, but secondary. Think about the theological logic. Jesus' birth only matters because of what he later does. The incarnation is the beginning of salvation, but the crucifixion and resurrection complete it. So Easter, celebrating victory over death, was bigger than Christmas, celebrating the beginning of life. This priority is completely flipped in modern American culture. For many Americans, Christmas is the bigger holiday. More cultural emphasis, more celebration, more time off work, more spending. Easter has become smaller, quieter. This reflects a shift from resurrection-centered Christianity to incarnation-centered Christianity, from emphasizing Jesus' divine victory to emphasizing his human birth. Why? Partly because Christmas is easier to commercialize. You can't really sell happy crucifixion merchandise. But baby Jesus in a manger is cute, marketable, non-threatening. partly because modern Americans value family and childhood more than medieval people did. So a holiday about a baby born into a loving family resonates more than a holiday about a man tortured to death. But this shift changes everything about what Christmas means. For Thomas and Margaret in 1523, Christmas meant God loves us so much that he became one of us, subjected himself to human suffering so that he could redeem us from sin and death. The birth was important because of what it led to, the cross and the empty tomb. For many modern Americans, Christmas means family, togetherness, childhood innocence, generosity, peace on earth, goodwill toward all. Jesus' birth is the story we tell, but the meaning has shifted from theological to sentimental, from doctrine to feeling. Neither is wrong, necessarily. They're just different. They reflect different cultures, different needs, different understandings of what matters most in life. Let me read you something that might clarify this shift. This is from a Christmas sermon by Lancelot Andrewes, preached in 1622, just 99 years after our reference year. Andrewes was a bishop in the Church of England, one of the most learned theologians of his era. Here's what he said about the Incarnation. It is a great thing that God should lie in a manger. It is a greater thing that he should hang upon a cross. It is the greatest thing of all that he should rise from the tomb. But without the first, the second, and the third could not be. The manger is the foundation of all that follows. Do you hear the emphasis? The manger is important because of what follows, the cross and resurrection. The birth sets up the death and rebirth. Christmas is the prologue to Easter. Now listen to a more modern perspective from a 1951 Christmas sermon by Peter Marshall, chaplain of the US Senate. Marshall was one of the most popular preachers in mid-century America. Here's what he said. The magic of Christmas is not in the glitter or the gifts, but in the wonder of God's love expressed in a little baby's cry. Christmas is when heaven came down to earth, when infinity became an infant, when God became as small and as helpless as we all once were. It reminds us that we matter, that we're precious, that God cares about us. Do you hear the difference? The emphasis is on emotion, on feeling loved and valued. It's about what Jesus' birth means for our self-worth, not about what it means for salvation history. Both are valid Christian interpretations, but they're addressing different concerns for different audiences. Thomas and Margaret lived in constant awareness of sin, death, and judgment. They needed assurance of salvation, of escape from hell. The Incarnation mattered because it was God initiating the process of redemption. Modern Americans live with different anxieties, loneliness, meaninglessness, feeling lost in a huge impersonal world. We need assurance that we matter, that we're loved, that we're not alone. The Incarnation matters because it shows God cares enough about humanity to become human. Same story, different meaning. And that's okay. That's how religion works. Ancient stories get reinterpreted for new contexts, meeting new needs while maintaining connection to tradition. But here's what I find challenging and beautiful. The medieval understanding, the one Thomas and Margaret had, took Christmas more seriously in some ways. It wasn't primarily about feeling good or about family time. It was about the most profound mystery imaginable. The infinite becoming finite, the eternal entering time, the creator becoming a creature. Historian Jaroslav Pelikan, in his book Jesus Through the Centuries, published by Yale University Press, points out that the doctrine of the Incarnation is intellectually wild. God, the being who created galaxies, who exists outside time, who is pure spirit, somehow becomes a human baby, dependent on a teenage mother for milk, getting his diapers changed, growing up, learning to walk, learning to talk. The absurdity of it drove theological debates for centuries. How can God be born? How can the infinite fit into the finite? How can the unchanging change by taking on human nature? These weren't just academic questions. They were existential puzzles that people genuinely struggled with. And Christmas was when Christians confronted these puzzles, celebrated them even without fully understanding them. Christmas said, "We don't fully understand how this works, but we believe it happened, and it changes everything." Modern American Christmas has largely lost that sense of mystery and cosmic significance. We've domesticated Christmas, made it manageable, turned it into something comfortable rather than challenging. Baby Jesus in the manger is cute, not cosmically disturbing. But maybe that's necessary. Maybe medieval Christianity took things so seriously that it became oppressive, too heavy for ordinary people to bear. Maybe we needed Christmas to become lighter, more joyful, more about celebrating life rather than fearing death. Here's my question for you, and I'm genuinely curious about your answer. Do you think Christmas should be primarily religious or primarily cultural? Should it maintain its connection to Christian theology, or is it better as a secular celebration that everyone can enjoy regardless of faith? There's no right answer, and honestly, Christmas has been both simultaneously for a long time now. But I think how you answer reveals something about what you value. Continuity with tradition versus inclusivity, theological depth versus broad accessibility, serious reflection versus joyful celebration. For me personally, I appreciate both. I'm not particularly religious, but I find the theological mystery of the Incarnation genuinely fascinating. More interesting than most of the secular Christmas stuff, actually. The idea that God would voluntarily limit himself, become vulnerable, submit to human suffering, that's profound whether you believe it literally or engage with it as myth and metaphor. But I also love the secular Christmas. The lights, the music, the food, the gathering with family. I don't need it to be religious to be meaningful. The human need for light in darkness, for celebration in winter, for connection in cold, that's universal and valuable regardless of theology. Maybe the genius of modern Christmas is that it can be both. You can attend midnight mass and sing Silent Night with theological depth. You can also watch Elf and eat cookies and enjoy the season without any religious framework. The holiday is big enough, flexible enough to accommodate both. Thomas and Margaret didn't have that flexibility. Christmas was religious, or it was nothing. Or it was heretical revelry that would land you in trouble. We have more freedom, more choice, more ways to celebrate. That's progress, I think, even if we've lost some depth and mystery along the way. But speaking of mystery, we need to address something that's been hovering in the background of our entire conversation: time itself. Because we've been casually saying December 25th, as if that date has always been December 25th, but it hasn't. The calendar changed dramatically between 1523 and now, and that change affected Christmas in ways that are absolutely bizarre. We're talking about Christmas moving dates, countries celebrating on different days for decades, and a calendar reform so controversial that some people literally rioted over it. That temporal chaos is waiting for us next, and trust me, once you understand how complicated our calendar actually is, you'll never take December 25th for granted again. What if I told you that in 1752, England skipped Christmas entirely? Not because it was banned, we already talked about that, but because the date literally didn't exist that year. September 2nd was followed by September 14th. 11 days just vanished from the calendar. And when those days disappeared, they took centuries of confusion, astronomical drift and calendar chaos with them. But let me start with something even more mind-bending. In 1523, different parts of Europe were celebrating Christmas on different dates. Not by choice. They thought they were all celebrating on December 25th, but their December 25th was happening on different actual astronomical days because their calendars had drifted apart. Time itself was broken, and nobody could agree on how to fix it. Here's the problem, and it goes back to ancient Rome. Julius Caesar created the Julian calendar in 45 BC, and it was brilliant for its time. 12 months, 365 days, with an extra day added every 4 years, leap years, to account for the fact that Earth's orbit around the Sun takes about 365.25 days. Simple, elegant, close enough, except it wasn't close enough. According to historian Duncan Steele in his book, Marking Time, The Epic Quest to Invent the Perfect Calendar, published by John Wiley & Sons, Earth's orbit actually takes 365. 24-22 days, about 11 minutes shorter than 365.225 days. That difference seems tiny, right? 11 minutes per year? Who cares? But those 11 minutes add up. After 128 years, you've lost a full day. After 280 years, you've lost 10 days. And by 1523, 568 years after Julius Caesar created his calendar, the Julian calendar was about 10 days ahead of where it should be astronomically. What this meant in practice, the spring equinox, which should fall around March 21st, was actually occurring on March 11th. The calendar said March 21st, but astronomically the sun was doing its equinox thing 10 days earlier. The calendar and reality had diverged. Now you might think, okay, so what? Does it really matter if the calendar is a bit off? And for most people in 1523, it didn't matter much. They didn't have astronomical observations to compare against. They just lived by whatever date the Church told them it was. But for the Catholic Church, this was a crisis. Here's why. Easter, the most important day in the Christian calendar, and its date is calculated using a complex formula involving the spring equinox and the lunar calendar. According to the formula established at the Council of Nicaea in 325 AD, Easter falls on the first Sunday after the first full moon after the spring equinox. But if your spring equinox is 10 days off, your Easter date is wrong. And if Easter is wrong, then all the other dates calculated from Easter, Lent, Pentecost, Ascension, they're all wrong too. The entire liturgical calendar was drifting earlier and earlier in the actual seasonal year. Church authorities had known about this problem for centuries. According to historian John L. Heilbronn in The Sun in the Church, Cathedrals as Solar Observatories, published by Harvard University Press, medieval astronomers employed by the Church had been calculating the drift since at least the 1200s. Roger Bacon wrote about it in 1267. Everyone knew the Julian calendar was wrong, but fixing it was politically and religiously complicated. Any calendar reform would require papal authority. Only the Pope could declare that we're changing how time works, and any change would be controversial, expensive, and confusing. So for centuries, everyone just lived with it. The calendar was wrong, but changing it seemed harder than accepting wrongness. Then, in 1582, 59 years after our reference year of 1523, Pope Gregory XIII finally did something about it. He issued a papal bull called Inter Gravissimus, which according to the Vatican records did 3 things. First, it deleted 10 days to bring the calendar back in sync with astronomical reality. October 4th, 1582 was followed immediately by October 15th, 1582. Those 10 days simply ceased to exist. If your birthday was October 8th, congratulations, you didn't have a birthday that year. Second, it changed the leap year rule. Instead of every 4 years getting a leap day, century years would only be leap years if divisible by 400. So 1600 would be a leap year, but 1700, 1800 and 1900 would not. This kept the calendar more closely aligned with the actual solar year. Third, it moved the beginning of the year to January 1st. Before this, different countries started the year on different dates, some on March 25th, some on December 25th, some on January 1st. The Gregorian reform standardized it. This new calendar, the Gregorian calendar, is what we use today. It's what your phone uses, what international business uses, what basically the entire world uses for civil purposes. It works well. The drift is now only one day every 3,236 years, which is close enough that we don't need to worry about it. But here's the thing. Not everyone adopted it immediately. Not even close. Catholic countries, Spain, Portugal, Italy, Catholic parts of Germany, adopted the Gregorian calendar in 1582 because the Pope commanded it. But Protestant countries refused. They saw this as a papal power grab, an attempt to control how time itself worked. According to historian David Sobel in The Planets, published by Viking, Protestant leaders said things like, "We'd rather disagree with the sun than agree with the Pope." So suddenly Europe had two different calendars operating simultaneously. Catholic countries were on the Gregorian calendar, Protestant countries stayed on the Julian calendar, and they were 10 days apart. Imagine the confusion. A merchant travelling from Protestant London to Catholic Rome would literally time travel 10 days forward when he crossed the border. A letter sent from Paris on December 25th would arrive in Amsterdam on December 15th. Contracts had to specify which calendar they used. International diplomacy required constant date conversions. England, stubborn, Protestant, anti-Catholic England, didn't adopt the Gregorian calendar until 1752. That's 170 years of using a calendar they knew was wrong because admitting the Pope was right was unacceptable. And when they finally did switch, they had to delete 11 days by that point. The drift had gotten worse. September 2nd, 1752 became September 14th, 1752 overnight. There were riots. Historian Robert Poole documents in Times Alteration, Calendar Reform in Early Modern England, published by UCL Press, that people protested in the streets chanting, "Give us our 11 days." They believed the government had stolen 11 days of their lives. Landlords still expected full rent payments despite the month being 11 days shorter. Workers were paid for 19 days of work instead of 30. People died during the deleted days. Their death certificates show September 2nd, then the next death is September 14th. And birthdays? Completely messed up. George Washington was born on February 11th, 1731 under the Julian calendar. After the calendar switch, his birthday became February 22nd, 1732. We moved him forward 11 days and changed his birth year because England also shifted New Year's Day from March 25th to January 1st. So which date do we celebrate? We chose February 22nd, which is why President's Day is when it is, but technically Washington never celebrated his birthday on that date during his lifetime. Now, here's where this connects to Christmas. In 1523, when Thomas and Margaret celebrated Christmas on December 25th, they were celebrating on the Julian calendar. That date would be January 4th on our current Gregorian calendar. So in a very real sense, Christmas moved. The date stayed the same, December 25th. But the actual astronomical moment shifted. And in some places, Christmas really did move. The Orthodox Church, Russian Orthodox, Greek Orthodox and others never adopted the Gregorian calendar for religious purposes. They still use the Julian calendar for calculating holy days. According to historian Christine Schaalow in the Orthodox Church, published by Routledge, this means Orthodox Christmas falls on January 7th on the Gregorian calendar, 13 days after Western Christmas, because the drift has increased since 1582. So right now, in 2024, Orthodox Christians and Western Christians celebrate Christmas almost 2 weeks apart. Same holiday, same theological meaning, different dates because of calendars. Early American colonists experienced this calendar confusion directly. Different colonies used different calendars depending on who founded them. According to historian David Hackett Fisher in Albion's Seed, 4 British Folkways in America, published by Oxford University Press, some colonies celebrated Christmas on December 25th Julian, others on January 6th, which was how some calculated it. Others didn't celebrate at all because Puritans. American Christmas was chronologically chaotic for decades. Even within individual families there could be confusion. If your parents immigrated from different countries with different calendars, which date did you celebrate Christmas? Some families compromised by celebrating twice. Some split the difference. Some argued about it annually. There's actually a beautiful tradition that emerged from this confusion in Appalachia and parts of the American South. Old Christmas on January 6th. When England switched calendars in 1752, some colonists, particularly in isolated rural areas, refused to accept the change. They kept celebrating on what they considered the real Christmas, which on the new calendar was January 6th. According to folklorist Steve Kruger in The Spectral Jew, published by University of Minnesota Press, old Christmas traditions persisted in some communities well into the 1900s. People would celebrate twice, New Christmas on December 25th with the larger culture, and Old Christmas on January 6th with their own community, maintaining the old ways. Some believed that farm animals would kneel at midnight on Old Christmas, or that bees would sing, or that magical things happened that night because it was the true anniversary of Christ's birth. These traditions have mostly died out, though a few communities still celebrate Old Christmas. But the fact that they existed at all shows how deeply the calendar change affected people's lives and how resistant people can be to having their sense of time manipulated by authorities. Here's what blows my mind about all of this. Time, something we think of as absolute and unchanging, is actually a social construct that can be changed by decree. Pope Gregory XIII literally changed how time worked, and we all just went along with it. Eventually, after decades or centuries of resistance in some cases, but still we changed, and it worked. The Gregorian calendar is functionally accurate enough that we don't need to think about it. We can trust that December 25th will stay December 25th, that our birthdays will fall on the same numbered date every year, different day of the week, but same date. That time is stable, but it's not naturally stable. It's kept stable by constant tiny adjustments. Leap years, leap seconds occasionally added to keep atomic clocks synchronized with Earth's slightly irregular rotation. Time is maintained, managed, artificially preserved by human intervention. In 1523, before the Gregorian reform, people lived with broken time. They knew it was broken. The church knew, scholars knew, anyone who paid attention to astronomy knew. But they accepted it because fixing it seemed impossible or not worth the disruption. We fixed it. We decided that accurate time mattered more than tradition, that getting the calendar right was worth the short-term chaos of deleting days and changing everyone's dates. That's actually remarkable. It shows that humans are capable of making difficult changes when necessary, even when those changes affect something as fundamental as how we measure our lives. But it also shows how much we resist change. It took the Catholic Church 1,157 years from the Council of Nicaea, when they established how to calculate Easter, to the Gregorian reform to fix the calendar they knew was wrong. And it took Protestant countries another 170 years after that to admit the fix was necessary. Tradition is powerful. The familiar is comfortable. Even when we know something is wrong, changing it feels dangerous, destabilizing, like the ground shifting beneath us. calendar reform wasn't just about dates. It was about authority, religion, national identity, personal identity. Your birthday, your wedding anniversary, your sense of where you are in the year, all of that changed when the calendar changed. Here's my question for you. If authorities announced today that we're changing the calendar again, say, deleting 3 days next month to fix some newly discovered problem, would you accept it? Or would you riot like the people in 1752? Would you trust that the change was necessary, or would you resist having your time manipulated? Leave a comment with your honest answer, because I think this reveals something about trust in institutions, about flexibility versus tradition, about how we relate to time itself. For me, I think I'd be annoyed but would accept it if the scientific reasoning was solid. But I also have the privilege of living in a time when time is relatively stable. I don't have to think about my December 25th being different from someone else's December 25th. The Gregorian reform gave us that stability, and we benefit from it so deeply that we don't even notice. Thomas and Margaret in 1523 never experienced that kind of temporal certainty. They lived in the last generation before the big calendar fix, in a time when time itself was slightly wrong and everyone just accepted it as normal. 59 years after their Christmas celebration, the world would change how it counted days, and Christmas would move, not in name, but in astronomical reality. The fact that we can all agree on what day Christmas is, that people around the world can celebrate simultaneously, that's actually a miracle of coordination and calendar reform. It's easy to take for granted, but it shouldn't be. Now, all of this calendar talk might seem academic, but it connects to something deeply practical. Money. Because once people agreed on when Christmas was, they could monetize it. They could plan shopping seasons around it, guarantee delivery dates, coordinate national advertising campaigns. The standardized calendar made commercial Christmas possible, and commercial Christmas, the buying and selling and spending that now defines the season for many people, that's a transformation so complete and so recent that people in 1523 literally couldn't have imagined it. That journey from misrule to mall, from wassailing to shopping sprees, from obligation to commerce, that story is unfolding next, and it explains why Christmas became the economic juggernaut it is today. There's an advertisement that appeared in a Philadelphia newspaper on December 20th, 1806. It's one of the earliest American Christmas advertisements ever recorded. The merchant, a bookseller named Matthew Carey, announced, "Just in time for the Christmas season, books suitable for gifts. Not Christmas gifts, just gifts." The word Christmas appears once, almost apologetically, as if the merchant isn't quite sure whether Christmas shopping is a thing people do. 200 years later, in 2006, Americans spent $457.4 billion on Christmas-related purchases, according to the National Retail Federation. That's billion with a B, in a single season, on one holiday. How did we get from one tentative newspaper ad to a $1 trillion global industry in just 2 centuries? How did Christmas transform from a religious holiday, with some feasting and misrule, into the massive engine of capitalism that it is today? The answer is one of the most dramatic economic transformations in human history. Let's go back to 1523 and understand what commerce meant at Christmas. Remember Thomas and Margaret in their Yorkshire village? They're peasants, tenant farmers. They don't shop. They don't buy things. They produce almost everything they use themselves. Food, clothing, tools. When they need something they can't make, they might trade with a neighbour or save up to buy from a travelling peddler. Christmas doesn't involve shopping because shopping barely exists as a concept for most people. According to economic historian Fernand Braudel in Civilization and Capitalism, 15th-18th century, published by Harper and Row, The medieval economy was primarily based on subsistence agriculture and local barter. Money economy existed, yes, but mostly for the wealthy and in cities. Village life ran on production, not consumption. What Christmas did involve was the exchange of goods, but not through buying and selling in the modern sense. Instead, through obligation and reciprocity. Remember the wassailing we discussed earlier? Poor people going door to door at wealthy houses singing, asking for food or drink. That was wealth redistribution, but it wasn't charity, it was obligation. Historian Natalie Zemon Davis, in her essay The Gift in 16th Century France, published in The Cultures of His Gift, explains that gift-giving in this period wasn't about free choice or expression of affection. It was about maintaining social relationships, fulfilling duties, displaying status. If you were wealthy, you were expected to give to the poor at Christmas. If you didn't, your reputation suffered. You might face criticism from the church or even retaliation from the poor. This created a kind of proto-economy around Christmas. Wealthy households would prepare extra food, knowing they'd have to distribute it. They'd stockpile coins to give to wassailers. They'd plan for the expense of hospitality. But this wasn't shopping. This was feudal obligation, Christianity in action, social contract enforcement. The wealthy also exchanged gifts among themselves, but again, not through shopping. According to historian Felicity Heal in The Power of Gifts, Gift Exchange in Early Modern England, published by Oxford University Press, aristocratic gift-giving was about demonstrating loyalty, maintaining alliances, showing generosity. You'd give your lord a gift, maybe something you made, maybe something valuable you owned. He'd give you a gift in return, usually of greater value, demonstrating his superiority and benevolence. These weren't Christmas presents in our sense. They were New Year's gifts, given on January 1st. And the gifts weren't wrapped prettily and surprising. Everyone knew roughly what they'd received because everything was calculated according to social rank and relationship. So in 1523, Christmas involved the movement of goods, but very little actual commerce. No stores had Christmas sales. No one went Christmas shopping. No merchant hung a sign saying "perfect for Christmas." Because Christmas wasn't a buying occasion, it was a redistribution occasion, governed by tradition and obligation rather than market forces. Now, fast forward to the 1820s, exactly 300 years later, something is starting to change. Cities are growing. More people have wage jobs instead of subsistence farming. A middle class is emerging. People with some discretionary income. People who can afford to buy things they don't absolutely need. And merchants are starting to notice that these people might buy extra things in December. Clement Clarke Moore published A Visit from St. Nicholas in 1823, the poem that created modern Santa Claus. Within years, according to historian Stephen Nissenbaum in The Battle for Christmas, published by Vintage, toy shops in New York and Philadelphia started advertising Toys for St. Nicholas Day, or Toys for Christmas. These weren't major advertising campaigns, just small newspaper ads, tentative, testing whether this market existed. It did. The emerging middle class wanted to give gifts to their children. They wanted to participate in this new vision of Christmas that emphasized childhood, family, sentiment, and they had money to spend. The 1840s through 1860s saw an explosion in Christmas commerce. According to historian Lee Eric Schmidt in Consumer Rights, The Buying and Selling of American Holidays, published by Princeton University Press, this period witnessed the invention of most Christmas shopping infrastructure. Christmas cards were invented in England in 1843 by Sir Henry Cole, who commissioned an artist to create cards he could send instead of writing individual Christmas letters. The concept spread to America by the 1850s, Suddenly there was an entire industry of card printing, card selling, card sending, money changing hands for Christmas purposes. Department stores emerged in the 1850s and 1860s, Macy's in 1858, Jordan Marsh in 1851, Lord & Taylor earlier but expanding in this period. These stores needed to maximize revenue, and they discovered that December could be incredibly profitable if marketed correctly. They created Christmas window displays, elaborate, magical scenes that drew crowds. They were the first to hire Santa Clauses to attract families with children. They extended shopping hours in December. Gift wrapping became commercialized. Previously, if you wrapped a gift at all, you used whatever paper or cloth you had at home. But in the 1850s, according to paper historian Wendy Wollesen, in hoc pawning in America from independence through the Great Depression, specialty shops started selling decorative paper specifically for wrapping gifts, another product, another industry, built around Christmas. Advertising exploded. Newspapers and magazines, which previously carried few ads and almost none for Christmas, suddenly filled with Christmas advertisements. Buy this for your wife. Perfect gift for the gentleman. Children will love this toy. The language of Christmas advertising, the appeal to sentiment, to family, to making loved ones happy through purchased goods, was invented in this period. Here's a specific example that shows how dramatic this shift was. In 1850, according to business records analysed by historian William Leach in Land of Desire, Merchants, Power, and the Rise of a New American Culture, the average American household spent less than $5 on Christmas gifts, about $150 in today's dollars. By 1900, just 50 years later, middle-class families were spending $30-50, roughly $1,000 to $500 in today's dollars. That's a tenfold increase in real terms in half a century. Christmas had become commercial. Merchants had successfully convinced Americans that buying things was how you expressed love, celebrated the season, participated in the holiday, and Americans embraced this because buying things was easier than the old ways, easier than baking for days, easier than making gifts by hand, easier than the obligations and labour of traditional Christmas. But not everyone was happy about this transformation. There was significant pushback, criticism, moral panic about the commercialization of Christmas. In 1867, Harper's Magazine published an editorial complaining that Christmas had become a great many things, but what it ought to be, a simple, affectionate family anniversary, it is not. Sound familiar? Critics worried that Christmas shopping was replacing Christmas spirit, that people were spending money they didn't have to buy things nobody needed, that the sacred meaning of the holiday was being buried under ribbons and wrapping paper. These same criticisms appear every year to this day. The anxiety about Christmas commercialization is itself now a tradition almost as old as Christmas commercialization. The commercial explosion continued. By the early 1900s, according to Schmidt's research, Christmas shopping had become so dominant that retailers depended on December for a huge portion of annual revenue. The phrase Christmas shopping season entered common use. Black Friday, the day after Thanksgiving, when many stores moved from losses, red ink, to profits, black ink for the year, became recognized by the 1950s, though the term wasn't widely used until the 1980s. Credit cards, introduced widely in the 1950s and 1960s, accelerated Christmas spending. Now you could buy gifts even if you didn't have the money yet. You could go into debt for Christmas, not from necessity, but from choice, from the feeling that you had to buy enough, had to make Christmas special through purchasing. The average American now carries credit card debt from December, spending well into the following year. According to a 2023 survey by LendingTree, 36% of Americans are still paying off Christmas purchases from the previous year when the next Christmas arrives. We've created a perpetual cycle of Christmas debt, and the pressure keeps intensifying. Black Friday became Thanksgiving Thursday as stores opened earlier and earlier. Then came Cyber Monday for online shopping. Then Christmas in July sales. Then year-round Christmas stores. The Christmas shopping season now extends from October or even September through December, consuming a quarter of the year. Here's what's absolutely staggering. According to data from the National Retail Federation, American Christmas spending in 2023 reached $957.3 billion. That's approaching $1 trillion. In one season. On one holiday. To put that in perspective, that's more than the entire GDP of Switzerland, more than the entire defense budget of the United States. Think about what Thomas and Margaret would make of this. They lived in a world where Christmas meant sharing what you had. One slightly larger meal, maybe distributing some food to the poor if you could afford it. The idea that people 500 years later would spend nearly $1 trillion in a single season on a holiday, celebrating the birth of a man who preached poverty and giving away possessions. They wouldn't be able to comprehend it. But here's what I find interesting. We still use the language of generosity, giving, selflessness to describe Christmas shopping. We say we're giving gifts, even though we bought them. We talk about the spirit of giving, even though we're participating in consumption. We've managed to maintain the moral framework of traditional Christmas charity while completely transforming the economic reality. Is that hypocrisy? Or is it adaptation? Is it a corruption of Christmas? Or is it Christmas evolving to fit a commercial culture? Historian William Waits, in The Modern Christmas in America, A Cultural History of Gift Giving, published by NYU Press, argues that gift-giving serves the same social function today that feudal obligation served in 1523. It creates and maintains social bonds, it demonstrates care, it establishes relationships. The mechanism has changed from obligation to choice, from redistribution to market exchange, but the function remains, using objects to communicate connection. And honestly, I think he's right. When I buy a Christmas gift for someone I love, I'm trying to communicate something, that I know them, that I pay attention to what they like, that I care enough to spend time and money choosing something for them. That's not so different from Thomas and Margaret sharing their limited food with community members. Different economic system, same emotional logic. But there's also something undeniably different. Thomas and Margaret gave what they had, what they made, what they could spare from their own use. We buy things made by strangers, often in distant countries, using money that might be borrowed, purchasing objects that the recipient might not need or even want. There's more distance, more abstraction in our giving. And the scale, the sheer overwhelming scale of modern Christmas commerce, creates its own problems. The stress of finding perfect gifts, the debt, the waste, mountains of wrapping paper, packaging, unwanted gifts that end up in landfills, the labor conditions in factories producing Christmas goods, the environmental impact of shipping millions of packages around the world, the way Christmas shopping can overshadow actual Christmas experiencing. These are real costs. And yet most Americans, myself included, participate in commercial Christmas every year. Why? Partly because opting out feels impossible when everyone around you is participating. Partly because buying gifts does create genuine pleasure, both in giving and receiving. Partly because we've internalized the message that shopping is caring, that spending is loving. Here's my question for you. And I want you to really think about it. How much money do you think is the right amount to spend on Christmas? Not what you actually spend, but what you think is morally or emotionally appropriate. And here's the follow-up. Why that amount? Where does that number come from? From your budget? From social comparison? What others seem to spend? From childhood memories of how much your parents spent? From advertising telling you what's normal? Leave a comment with your number and your reasoning, because I think this reveals so much about how we've been shaped by commercial Christmas, while also trying to maintain some connection to older values of generosity, simplicity, meaning. For me, I honestly don't know the answer. I spend more than Thomas and Margaret could imagine, and less than many Americans today. I feel guilty about the spending. Shouldn't Christmas be less commercial? But I also genuinely enjoy giving gifts that I've chosen thoughtfully. I criticize consumerism while participating in it. I'm full of contradictions, which I think most people are about Christmas. Maybe that's okay. Maybe the tension between sacred and commercial, between meaning and money, between tradition and capitalism, maybe that tension is just part of what Christmas is now. We can't go back to 1523. We live in a commercial culture, and Christmas exists within that culture. Fighting it completely might be futile, but being aware of it, questioning it, trying to maintain some balance between buying and being, between shopping and connecting, that feels important. Because here's the thing, all this commerce, all this spending, all these purchases, they're supposed to create something. Joy, connection, memory, beauty. And sometimes they do. A thoughtfully chosen gift can communicate love. A beautifully decorated home can create magic. The ritual of shopping together, of wrapping gifts late at night, of watching someone open something you chose for them. These can be genuinely meaningful experiences. But sometimes the commerce overwhelms the connection. Sometimes we spend so much time and energy shopping that we forget to actually be together. Sometimes the debt and stress outweigh the joy. Sometimes we end up exhausted, broke, and wondering what it was all for. Finding the balance, enough commerce to participate in culture, but not so much that it destroys the meaning. That's the challenge every American faces every December. And there's no right answer, no perfect formula. We each have to figure it out for ourselves, within our families, according to our values and resources. What would help, I think, is understanding that commercial Christmas isn't ancient tradition. It's barely 150 years old. We invented it, which means we can also modify it, adapt it, change it to better serve our needs. We're not bound by what merchants tell us Christmas should look like. We can create our own version, taking what works and leaving what doesn't. That agency, that freedom to choose how we celebrate, that's actually something Thomas and Margaret didn't have. They were bound by tradition, obligation, social pressure in ways we're not. Yes, we face commercial pressure, but we also have unprecedented freedom to opt out, to simplify, to celebrate however we want. That's worth something. Now, all this talk of commerce and money and buying brings us to something we haven't directly addressed yet, but that's been present in every part of our story, the visual aspect of Christmas. Because the explosion of Christmas commerce required Christmas to look like something, to be visually recognizable and desirable. Decorations became products to buy rather than things to make, and the transformation of the American home, from simple to spectacular, from a candle in the window to entire houses covered in lights, that's its own revolution. One that started with physics and electricity, and ended with houses so bright you can see them from space. That illuminated story is where we turn next. On Christmas Eve, 1882, a man named Edward Johnson did something that would change Christmas forever. He sat in his New York City home and wired together 80 small electric light bulbs, red, white, and blue, and strung them around his Christmas tree. Then he connected them to a generator, flipped a switch and his tree lit up. Not with candles, with electricity. Reporters came to see this marvel. The New York Times wrote about it, describing how the tree was illuminated by electricity and revolved on its axis. Johnson, who worked for Thomas Edison, had created the world's first electric Christmas tree lights, and in doing so, he'd started a revolution that would transform Christmas from something you experienced in darkness to something that blazes with enough light to be visible from space. But let's start in 1523, in that dark house we've visited so many times. Thomas and Margaret's Christmas decorations consisted of exactly 3 things, according to the traditions documented by historian Ronald Hutton in The Stations of the Sun. Some holly branches hung over the door, perhaps some ivy if they could find it, and that's it. That's the whole decoration scheme. Why holly? Because it stayed green in winter, a symbol of eternal life. The red berries represented Christ's blood. The sharp leaves represented his crown of thorns. Everything had symbolic religious meaning. You didn't decorate to make things pretty. You decorated to invoke spiritual protection and meaning. According to folklorist Steve Roud in The English Year, published by Penguin Books, bringing evergreens into the house at Christmas was an old pagan custom that the church had Christianized. Pre-Christian Britons believed evergreens had protective power against winter spirits. Christians reinterpreted this. Evergreens protected against evil because they symbolized Christ's eternal nature. But the actual decorating was minimal. A few branches hung up, maybe some rosemary for scent if you were wealthy enough to afford it. You didn't have wreaths on every door, garlands on every surface, decorated mantles, light displays. The house looked almost the same as any other day, just with some greenery added. Wealthy households might do more, according to historian Alison Sim in Food and Feast in Tudor England, published by Sutton Publishing. Aristocratic homes during the 12 days of Christmas might be decorated with holly and ivy in greater quantities, covering walls and beams, bay leaves, which were expensive and aromatic. Mistletoe, though this was controversial because of its pagan associations and the kissing custom that was already emerging by the 1500s. Rosemary and other herbs, both for scent and symbolic meaning. But even wealthy homes didn't have what we'd call Christmas decorations in the modern sense. No ornaments, no tinsel, no lights obviously, no purchased decorative items. Just plants brought inside, arranged in traditional ways, following customs that had been handed down for generations. The decoration served a function beyond aesthetics. It marked sacred time. The greenery said, "This is not ordinary time. This is Christmas time." The boundaries between seasons, between sacred and profane, are shifted right now. Pay attention. Now, fast forward to the Victorian era, the 1840s through 1890s, when everything about Christmas, including decoration, exploded. The Christmas tree, as we discussed earlier, became popular in this period, and with trees came the need to decorate them. Early tree decorations, according to historian Carol Ann Marling in Merry Christmas, celebrating America's greatest holiday, published by Harvard University Press, included fruits, apples, oranges, nuts, tied to branches with string. These were edible decorations that children could pick off and eat. Paper decorations, chains, stars, angels, made by hand. Cookies baked in decorative shapes and hung on branches. Candles, small wax candles clipped to branches, creating beautiful flickering light and also creating a significant fire hazard. Many Victorian Christmas trees caught fire, some burned houses down. By the 1870s and 1880s, companies started manufacturing Christmas ornaments. F.W. Woolworth, the 5 and dime store magnate, started importing glass ornaments from Germany in 1880. According to his business records, he sold $25 worth that first year, about $750 in today's money. By 1890, he was selling over $200,000 worth annually, roughly $6 million today. Christmas decorations had become big business in just a decade. These glass ornaments, balls, icicles, shapes, were hand-blown in Germany, primarily in the town of Lauscha in Thuringia. Glassblowers would create thin glass shells, often coating the inside with silver or coloured metals to make them reflective and colourful. Each ornament was unique, handmade, relatively expensive. Owning a set of German glass ornaments was a status symbol. Then came tinsel. According to legend, and this is documented by historian Philip Snyder in December 25th, The Joys of Christmas Past, tinsel was invented in Germany in the 1600s, made from real silver hammered into thin strips. By the Victorian era, it was being made from cheaper metals and eventually plastic. The idea was to simulate ice and snow on the tree, making it sparkle and shine like winter itself. Americans embraced all of this enthusiastically. By 1900, a middle-class American Christmas tree would be covered in manufactured ornaments, tinsel, paper chains, popcorn strings, and crucially, electric lights. Let's talk about those lights, because they transformed Christmas more than any other single innovation. Edward Johnson's 1882 experiment caught on slowly at first. Electric lights were expensive. Each bulb cost about $1.50 in 1890s dollars, roughly $50 today. A string of lights might cost $300 in modern money. Only the wealthy could afford them. But General Electric started mass-producing Christmas lights in the early 1900s. According to technology historian David Nye in Electrifying America, Social Meanings of a New Technology, published by MIT Press, Christmas lights became one of the key ways electric companies marketed electricity to American homes. They'd set up elaborate displays, entire buildings covered in lights, to show what electricity could do. It was magical, modern, clean compared to gas lighting or candles. By the 1920s and 1930s, outdoor Christmas lighting started becoming common in middle-class neighborhoods. According to Marling's research, this was when the first Christmas light wars began. Neighbors competing to have the most elaborate displays. What started with a single string of lights around a door grew into entire houses outlined in bulbs. The National Lampoon's Christmas Vacation movie, with Clark Griswold covering his entire house in 25,000 lights, that's not really exaggeration. That's based on actual American behavior that started in the 1920s and has only intensified. During World War II, outdoor Christmas lights were discouraged or banned in some areas due to blackout requirements. But after the war, in the prosperous 1950s, Christmas lighting exploded. New suburbs with their uniform houses became canvases for Christmas decoration. According to historian Lee Eric Schmidt, December electricity usage in suburban neighborhoods increased by 30-50% compared to other months, just from Christmas lights. The 1960s and 1970s brought new decoration technologies: plastic light-up Santas and reindeer for lawns, aluminum Christmas trees with rotating color wheels, bubble lights filled with colored liquid that would bubble when heated. Each innovation added to the visual spectacle. Then the 1980s and 1990s brought the inflatable revolution. Those giant inflatable snowmen, Santas, Disney characters, according to industry data compiled by the American Christmas Tree Association, the inflatable decoration market grew from basically nothing in 1990 to over $600 million annually by 2010. Some houses now have entire inflatable villages in their yards, and the lights kept getting more elaborate. LED lights in the 2000s made it possible to have even more lights using less electricity. programmable lights that could flash in patterns, synchronized to music. Entire houses turned into animated displays, with shows that people drive from miles away to see. There are now competitive TV shows, The Great Christmas Light Fight and others, where families compete to have the most elaborate displays. Some winning houses have over 500,000 lights, computer-controlled systems, displays that take months to set up. According to the US Department of Energy, American Christmas lights use approximately 6.6 billion kilowatt-hours of electricity annually, roughly the same amount used by 500,000 households over an entire year, just for Christmas lights. Think about that scale. Think about what Thomas and Margaret would see if they could witness a modern American suburban street on Christmas night, every house glowing, lights covering roofs and trees, inflatables glowing in yards, reindeer made of lights prancing across lawns, Santas climbing illuminated chimneys, the neighborhood visible from miles away, the glow illuminating the sky. They'd think they'd arrived in heaven. Or maybe they'd think it was witchcraft. Either way, they wouldn't believe it was Christmas. But here's what fascinates me. We still use some of the same symbolic elements. Holly, evergreens, wreaths. These persist alongside the inflatables and LED displays. We've layered 500 years of decoration traditions on top of each other. Medieval symbolism, Victorian manufacturing, mid-century kitsch, and 21st century technology all coexist in the American Christmas aesthetic. Drive through any American neighborhood in December, and you'll see houses with classical wreaths next to inflatable minions wearing Santa hats, nativity scenes next to Star Wars characters in Christmas outfits, elegant white lights next to flashing multicolored displays. There's no unified aesthetic, no agreed-upon style. Everyone decorates however they want, combining whatever traditions or products appeal to them. This would have been impossible in 1523. Decoration then was governed by tradition, by what your community did, by what was available locally. You decorated like your parents decorated, like everyone in your village decorated. Innovation was slow, rare, often viewed with suspicion. Now you can buy decorations themed around any franchise, any style, any aesthetic. Traditional, modern, minimalist, maximalist, secular, religious, tasteful, tacky. All available, all valid, all on display in the same neighborhoods. Christmas decoration has become a form of self-expression, a way of signaling identity, values, humor, wealth, or just personal taste. And the labor involved has shifted completely. According to a 2022 survey by the National Christmas Tree Association, the average American household spends approximately 8 hours decorating for Christmas, and some households spend 20+ hours. That's more time than Thomas and Margaret spent on their entire Christmas celebration, just on decoration alone. We climb on roofs, untangle light strings, program timers, inflate and stake down giant plastic figures. We argue with our partners about where the tree should go, how much is too much, whether the light should be warm white or multicolor. We spend hundreds or thousands of dollars on decorations, store them for 11 months, drag them out and set them up, then take them down and store them again. Why? What are we doing? What need does all this decoration meet? Partly it's creating magic, especially for children. A house covered in lights feels special, enchanted, different from ordinary life. It creates wonder, and in a world that often feels grey and mundane, that matters. Partly it's community. When your neighbours decorate, you feel pressure or desire to decorate too. A decorated neighbourhood becomes a destination. People drive through to see the lights. It creates shared experience, collective beauty. You're contributing to something larger than your own household. Partly it's tradition and nostalgia. You decorate the way your parents decorated, or you decorate the way you wished your parents had decorated. You're recreating memories or creating new ones. Each ornament on the tree might carry a story. This one we bought on our honeymoon. You made this in kindergarten. And partly, let's be honest, it's competition and display. We want our house to look good, to impress, to show that we care, that we have resources, that we're part of the celebration. There's social pressure, keeping up with the Joneses dynamics, the subtle or not subtle competition over who has the best lights. Here's my question for you. How do you feel about Christmas decorations? Do you love them, go all out, spend hours making your space festive? Or do you find them exhausting, excessive, maybe skip decorating altogether? Or are you somewhere in between? A few things to mark the season, but nothing elaborate. Drop a comment with your honest feelings, because I think decoration philosophy reveals a lot about how we relate to Christmas generally. The people who decorate extensively might value tradition, community, creating magic for others. The people who don't might value simplicity, authenticity, resistance to commercialism. Both are valid. For me, I'm conflicted, which seems to be my theme throughout this whole journey. I love Christmas lights. I genuinely do. Driving through a neighborhood with houses all lit up makes me feel happy, brings back childhood wonder, but I also find the labor of decorating exhausting, the storage a pain, the expense hard to justify. So I do some decorating, a tree, some lights, but nothing elaborate. I'm trying to find the sweet spot between magic and manageability, and I think that's where many Americans land. We want some of the magic, some of the tradition, some of the beauty, but we're also tired, busy, maybe questioning whether all this matters. So we compromise, decorating enough to feel like we're participating, but not so much that it overwhelms our lives. What would Thomas and Margaret think of our compromises, our conflicts over how much is enough? They'd probably be baffled. In their world, you did what tradition prescribed. A bit of holly, some evergreens done. No choices, no conflicts, no decoration philosophy to develop. Simpler, yes, but also less freedom, less individual expression, less opportunity to create something unique to your family. The thing is, all this decoration, from holly branches in 1523 to 500,000 light displays today, it's all trying to do the same thing. Mark this time as special. Transform ordinary space into sacred or at least special space. Create beauty in dark winter. Celebrate something worth celebrating. The scale has changed radically. The intention remains recognizable. But if we think modern Christmas decoration is elaborate, we haven't fully reckoned with what Christmas means for children, because the way we celebrate Christmas with and for children has transformed more dramatically than almost anything else. The very concept of childhood has changed, and with it the entire emotional and psychological experience of Christmas. That transformation from medieval child as small adult to modern child as innocent magical being, and how Christmas both reflected and drove that change, that's the territory we need to explore next. Because understanding how Christmas childhood changed helps us understand why Christmas itself had to become what it is today. Remember John and Alice, Thomas and Margaret's children in 1523? 9-year-old John and 6-year-old Alice standing in that freezing church on Christmas morning, hungry and cold? Let me tell you what their Christmas day looked like after church ended. John went to work. Not play, work. He helped his father with the sheep, hauling water, mucking out stalls, tasks that needed doing regardless of the holy day. Alice helped her mother with the endless labour of the house, fetching water, tending the fire, watching baby William. They worked because everyone in the household worked. Childhood as a time of play, of freedom from labour, of innocence protected, that didn't exist yet. according to historian Barbara Hannawalt in Growing Up in Medieval London, published by Oxford University Press. Children in the medieval and early modern period were viewed as miniature adults. By age 7, most children were expected to contribute meaningfully to household labour. By age 10 or 12, many were apprenticed out to other households to learn trades. Childhood wasn't a special protected phase of life. It was just the beginning of adulthood, the training period before you could do adult work at full capacity. Christmas for children in 1523 meant go to church, probably receive no gifts or maybe a small treat if your family could afford it. Then continue your normal work with perhaps slightly better food. That's it. There was no Christmas morning where children woke up to presents under a tree, no stockings hung by the fireplace, no parents staying up late on Christmas Eve to create magic. The entire concept of Christmas magic for children didn't exist. But here's what haunts me most. John and Alice likely didn't expect anything different. They didn't feel deprived because this was all they'd ever known. Christmas was a holy day with some extra food, a break from the absolute hardest labour, maybe some community celebration. It was special, yes, but special in a communal religious way, not in a children are the centre of Christmas way. Fast forward exactly 300 years to 1823, the year Clement Clarke Moore published A Visit from St. Nicholas. And suddenly, everything changes. Listen to how Moore describes Christmas Eve from a child's perspective. The children were nestled all snug in their beds, while visions of sugar plums danced in their heads. Children, in beds, dreaming of treats, not working, not standing in cold churches, not hungry, but comfortable, safe, anticipating joy. This is a completely different vision of childhood and of Christmas. Moore's poem, according to historian Stephen Nissenbaum in The Battle for Christmas, didn't just create modern Santa Claus, it created modern Christmas childhood. It established the idea that Christmas should be primarily about children's joy, that adults should work to create magic for children, that childhood itself is a time of innocence and wonder, that Christmas should celebrate and protect. This was revolutionary. This reflected and accelerated a massive shift in how Western culture understood childhood that had been building through the 1700s and early 1800s. Historian Felipe Arias, in his groundbreaking work Centuries of Childhood, published by Vintage, argues that childhood as a distinct life stage is a relatively modern invention. Medieval society, he claims, didn't have a concept of childhood as we understand it. Children were economically valuable workers. High mortality meant emotional investment was risky, and the modern sentimentalization of childhood innocence hadn't developed yet. This is debatable. Some historians argue that medieval parents did love their children as children and did recognize childhood as distinct. But everyone agrees that something shifted dramatically in the 1800s. Childhood became sacred, children became precious, and Christmas became the holiday most associated with children. Why? Several factors, according to social historian Viviana Zelizer in Pricing the Priceless Child, published by Princeton University Press, Child Labour Laws, beginning in the 1830s and expanding through the century, removed children from factories and mines. Childhood became a time of school and play rather than work. Children stopped being economic assets and became emotional investments. Declining infant mortality, medical advances meant more children survived to adulthood. Parents could emotionally invest in children without the constant fear of death. This made childhood feel more precious, more worth protecting and celebrating. Smaller families, as birth rates dropped, each child became more individually important. Instead of having 8 children and expecting 3 to die, families had 3 children and expected all to survive. More attention per child, more resources per child, more focus on creating good childhoods. romantic idealization of innocence, romantic philosophers and poets in the late 1700s and early 1800s created new ideas about childhood innocence, about children being closer to nature, and God, about corrupting influences of society. This made protecting childhood from harsh realities seem morally imperative. Christmas became the perfect vehicle for this new vision of childhood. It was already a holiday, already had some gift-giving traditions, already involved family. The Victorians just redirected all of it toward children. Charles Dickens's A Christmas Carol, published in 1843, is crucial here. The story's emotional power comes largely from Tiny Tim, the sweet, innocent, crippled child who might die, but is saved by Scrooge's transformation. Tiny Tim isn't working. He's not an economic unit. He's pure innocence, pure potential, deserving of love and protection just for existing. His value is emotional and moral, not economic. This vision of childhood, children as innocents to be cherished, became central to Victorian Christmas, and it required adults to do something they'd never done before: create elaborate experiences specifically designed to manufacture childhood wonder. According to historian Carol Ann Marling in Merry Christmas, celebrating America's greatest holiday, by the 1870s and 1880s, middle-class American parents were buying toys specifically marketed for Christmas gifts, decorating Christmas trees to delight children, telling children about Santa Claus and maintaining the myth for years, creating Christmas morning rituals, stockings, presents under the tree, special breakfasts, staying up late on Christmas Eve to set up surprises, reading Christmas stories to children, taking children to see department store Santa displays. All of this labor, and it is labor, was justified as creating the magic of Christmas for children. The adults' experience mattered less than the children's wonder. This represents a complete inversion from 1523. Then children participated in adult Christmas. Now adults create children's Christmas. The emotional and logistical center of the holiday shifted from communal religious observance to private family child-centered celebration. And here's what's both beautiful and troubling. This created enormous pressure on parents, especially mothers, to deliver perfect Christmases. According to historian Lee Eric Schmidt in Consumer Rights, Christmas became a test of motherhood. A good mother created magical Christmas mornings, baked cookies, decorated beautifully, selected perfect gifts. Failure to do so meant you were failing your children, depriving them of essential childhood experiences. Women's magazines in the late 1800s and early 1900s were full of advice on creating perfect children's Christmases. Articles with titles like Making Christmas Memorable for Your Little Ones, or A Mother's Guide to Christmas Joy, established expectations that women scrambled to meet. Christmas became another domain where mothers were judged, where perfection was expected, where anything less than magical was inadequate. This pressure has only intensified. According to a 2022 survey by the American Psychological Association, 63% of parents report feeling stressed about making Christmas special for their children. The most common stressors: finances, affording gifts, time, managing everything, and emotional pressure, living up to children's expectations and societal standards. We've created a system where parents, especially mothers, sacrifice their own comfort, finances, and sanity to create experiences for children that children will remember as perfect or magical. And if children don't get that experience, if Christmas isn't magical enough, we feel we've failed them. Think about what this means. Thomas and Margaret in 1523 gave their children what they themselves had: church, community, slightly better food. No one expected more. No one felt guilty for not providing more. The concept of creating elaborate child-centered experiences didn't exist. Now parents wake up at 4 a.m. to build toys, go into debt to buy what's on wish lists, spend hours creating elaborate elf-on-the-shelf scenarios. That tradition, invented in 2005, has become so widespread that many parents feel obligated to participate. We photograph Christmas morning to capture the magic, to prove to ourselves and others that we did it right, that our children had the childhood Christmas they deserved. But here's what I find interesting, and a little sad. In trying to create perfect childhoods, we may have made childhood more anxious. Sociologist Annette Lareau, in her book Unequal Childhoods, published by University of California Press, documents how modern middle-class American childhood is characterized by intensive parenting, constant supervision, scheduled activities, and pressure to succeed and achieve. Even celebration becomes performance, becomes pressure. Christmas contributes to this. Children learn to expect elaborate gifts, multiple presents, specific items they've requested. When I was a kid, and I'm only in my 30s or 40s depending on when you're watching this, getting 3 or 4 presents was normal. Now some families give children dozens of gifts. The baseline keeps rising, the expectations keep increasing, and children learn to measure love and worth through material abundance. At the same time, there's something genuinely beautiful about child-centered Christmas. Watch a 3-year-old see a Christmas tree lit up for the first time. Watch a 5-year-old believe, truly believe, that Santa Claus came. Watch children on Christmas morning, faces glowing with excitement and wonder. That joy is real. That magic is real, even if it's constructed magic, manufactured by adult effort. And those memories matter. According to research by psychologist Linda Blair in The Key to Calm, published by Yellow Kite, positive childhood memories, including holiday traditions, contribute significantly to emotional resilience and well-being in adulthood. Creating good Christmases for children isn't frivolous. It's giving them emotional resources they'll carry for life. So we're caught in a paradox. Child-centered Christmas can be stressful, expensive, exhausting for adults, and potentially breeds entitlement in children. But it also creates genuine joy, lasting positive memories, and moments of wonder in childhoods that are often overscheduled and pressured in other ways. Here's my question, and I'm really curious about your experience. What's your earliest Christmas memory? How old were you? What made it memorable? And do you think your parents knew in that moment that they were creating a memory you'd carry for decades? For me, I remember being maybe 4 years old, waking up early, seeing presents under the tree, and feeling like the world was full of possibility and magic. I had no idea that my parents had stayed up until 2 a.m. assembling toys, that they'd scraped together money they didn't really have, that my mother was probably exhausted and stressed. I just experienced pure joy. And that joy, even now knowing all the work behind it, that joy was real and valuable. But I also wonder what it cost, what my parents sacrificed, whether the stress was worth it, whether simpler Christmases, more like what Thomas and Margaret provided, just being together with slightly better food, might have been equally meaningful with less pressure. There's no answer to that. Every family has to find their own balance between creating magic and maintaining sanity, between meeting children's expectations and teaching them that love isn't measured in presents, between tradition and innovation. What's clear is that childhood Christmas has changed more radically than almost any other aspect of the holiday. From children as workers participating in adult celebration, to children as innocents for whom adults create elaborate experiences, that's a revolution in how we understand both Christmas and childhood itself. And that revolution reflects broader changes in how we value children, how we understand parenting, how we think about family. Christmas didn't cause these changes. It reflected them and amplified them and made them visible in annual ritual. But here's something we haven't fully addressed yet, something that's been implicit throughout our journey but needs to be said explicitly. Christmas isn't just an American tradition that evolved in isolation. It's a global phenomenon shaped by immigration, by cultural exchange, by colonialism and globalization. The Christmas we celebrate in America is actually a hybrid creation, borrowing from dozens of cultures, transformed by wave after wave of immigrants bringing their traditions, creating something new. And understanding that story, understanding how German, Irish, Italian, Dutch, Scandinavian, and countless other traditions merged and mutated into American Christmas, that's essential to understanding what Christmas means and why it looks the way it does. That global story, that cultural mixing and matching, that's where our journey takes us next. Picture a small apartment in New York City's Lower East Side, December 1895. Inside, 3 generations of an Italian immigrant family are celebrating Christmas Eve with the Feast of the 7 Fishes. Bacala, calamari, shrimp, clams, sardines, octopus, and eel, all prepared according to recipes their grandmother brought from Sicily. Next door, a German family is lighting candles on their Christmas tree, a tradition they brought from Bavaria. Upstairs, an Irish family has just returned from midnight mass and is preparing to eat meat for the first time since Advent began, breaking their fast with celebration. Down the hall, a Jewish family is having regular dinner, completely uninvolved because Christmas isn't their holiday. This is American Christmas in microcosm. A patchwork, a collision, a mixing of dozens of different cultural traditions brought by immigrants from around the world, all bumping into each other, influencing each other, creating something that had never existed before. And here's the stunning thing. In 1523, Christmas in what would become America didn't exist at all. Not because it was banned, that would come later, but because Europeans hadn't fully colonized the Americas yet. The first permanent English settlement, Jamestown, wasn't founded until 1607. The Mayflower didn't land until 1620. In 1523, the only Christmas celebrations happening in the Americas were Spanish missionaries in what's now Mexico and the Caribbean, and indigenous peoples who had no concept of Christmas. American Christmas had to be invented, built, imported piece by wave after wave of immigrants, then transformed into something new. Let's start with the Spanish, because they got here first. According to historian Timothy Matovina, in Latino Catholicism, published by Princeton University Press, Spanish missionaries in Mexico began celebrating Christmas in the early 1500s, right around our reference year. But they quickly discovered that imposing European Christmas on indigenous peoples didn't work well, so they adapted. They created Las Posadas, a 9-day celebration where communities reenact Mary and Joseph's search for lodging before Jesus' birth. Participants go house to house, singing, being turned away, until finally being welcomed in for celebration. This combined Catholic theology with indigenous traditions of procession and community ritual. It wasn't European Christmas, and it wasn't purely indigenous. It was something new, hybrid, Mexican. They incorporated indigenous music, instruments, and artistic styles into nativity scenes and celebrations. The result was a distinctly Mexican Christmas that would later influence American Christmas, particularly in the Southwest. But for much of what would become the United States, Christmas came primarily from Northern European traditions brought by English, Dutch, and German immigrants. And initially, these traditions competed with each other. The Dutch in New Amsterdam, later New York, brought Sinterklaas traditions. According to historian Charles W. Jones in St. Nicholas of Myra, Barry, and Manhattan, published by University of Chicago Press, The Dutch celebrated St. Nicholas Day on December 6th with gift-giving, special foods and children's excitement. When the English took over New Amsterdam in 1664, these traditions persisted in Dutch communities but weren't adopted by English colonists, who at that time were still influenced by Puritan anti-Christmas sentiment. The Germans who settled in Pennsylvania in the 1700s brought Christmas tree traditions, elaborate cookie baking, and the concept of Christmas as a family holiday rather than primarily a church observance. Historian Philip Thithve, Snyder in the Christmas Tree book published by Viking, documents how German immigrants in Pennsylvania were decorating Christmas trees by the 1820s, while their English-descended neighbours thought this was bizarre foreign behaviour. The Irish, arriving in massive waves in the 1840s and 1850s fleeing famine, brought Catholic Christmas traditions, midnight mass, fasting during Advent followed by feasting on Christmas, fish dinners on Christmas Eve in some regions. They also brought a certain emotional expressiveness to celebration that contrasted with more reserved Anglo-Saxon American culture. Scandinavian immigrants in the upper Midwest brought Santa Lucia celebrations, specific cookie traditions like spritz and rosettes, and the concept of Christmas lasting through Epiphany on January 6th. Italian immigrants brought the Feast of the Seven Fishes, elaborate nativity scenes called presepi, and the tradition of La Befana, an old woman who brings gifts on Epiphany, adding yet another gift-bringer to the American Christmas mix. According to historian Penny Restad in Christmas in America, published by Oxford University Press, the period from 1850 to 1900 was when all these traditions began to merge. Cities became cultural mixing bowls where immigrants encountered each other's traditions, borrowed what appealed to them, and gradually created a hybrid American Christmas. The Christmas tree, initially German, became universally American by 1900. Santa Claus, derived from Dutch Sinterklaas but transformed by American writers and artists, replaced all the other gift-bringers for most Americans, though some communities maintain traditions of La Befana, Sinterklaas, or Christkind. Midnight Mass remained important for Catholic immigrants, but also influenced some Protestant services. Food traditions mixed. German cookies appeared on Irish tables, Italian fish dishes spread to non-Italian families in mixed neighbourhoods. This wasn't planned. It wasn't organised. It happened organically as immigrants shared traditions with neighbours, as children from different backgrounds played together and learned each other's customs, as intermarriage between ethnic groups created families that had to negotiate which traditions to keep. And something remarkable happened. Instead of one tradition dominating and erasing others, American Christmas became capacious enough to hold multiple traditions simultaneously. You could have a Christmas tree, German, visit Santa, Dutch-American hybrid, attend midnight mass, Catholic, serve 7 fishes on Christmas Eve, Italian, and bake spritz cookies, Scandinavian, all in the same family celebration. American Christmas became a buffet, not a set menu. But this cultural mixing wasn't always harmonious. According to historian Lee Eric Schmidt in Consumer Rights, there were tensions, conflicts, and discrimination around Christmas. Protestant Americans sometimes mocked Catholic Christmas traditions as superstitious. Anglo-Americans looked down on the emotional, loud public celebrations of Italian or Irish immigrants. German traditions were suspect during World War I and II. German Americans stopped using German words for Christmas traditions, anglicizing everything to avoid persecution, and some Americans were completely left out. Enslaved African Americans before the Civil War had Christmas imposed on them by enslavers, who sometimes allowed a day off but controlled how it could be celebrated. According to historian Stephen Nissenbaum, enslaved people developed their own Christmas traditions, Jonkonu celebrations in some regions, blending African, Caribbean, and European elements, but these were often suppressed and have been largely forgotten in mainstream American Christmas. Native Americans had Christmas forced upon them through missionary activity and later through boarding schools that punished indigenous practices while mandating Christian holiday observance. Many native communities developed complex relationships with Christmas, simultaneously resisting it as colonial imposition and adapting elements to their own uses, creating hybrid traditions that honored both Christian and indigenous spirituality. Jewish Americans had to navigate a culture increasingly saturated with Christmas. As Christmas became more commercial and less explicitly religious in the 20th century, some Jewish families adopted certain practices, decorating trees, giving gifts, while others resisted what they saw as assimilation pressure. Hanukkah, historically a minor Jewish holiday, became inflated in importance partly as a Jewish alternative to Christmas, so Jewish children wouldn't feel left out, according to religion scholar Diane Ashton in Hanukkah in America, published by NYU Press. This December dilemma shaped American Jewish identity in complex ways. By the mid-20th century, American Christmas had become dominant enough to be exported globally. This is where the story gets really interesting, because American Christmas, which was itself created from imported traditions, began colonizing Christmas celebrations worldwide, transforming how other countries celebrate. According to historian Joe Perry in Christmas in Germany, American Christmas traditions, particularly Santa Claus and commercial gift-giving, spread back to Germany after World War II. German Christmas had been destroyed by Nazi appropriation and then war. American occupying forces brought American-style Christmas, optimistic, commercial, child-centered, apolitical, and Germans adopted many of these elements. The tradition came full circle. Germany had given America the Christmas tree. America gave Germany back Santa Claus. Japan, which has very few Christians, adopted Christmas as a secular commercial holiday after World War II, directly influenced by American culture. According to anthropologist Hideaki Matsuoka in Christmas in Japan, Japanese Christmas now includes Kentucky Fried Chicken as a traditional food, because a successful KFC marketing campaign in the 1970s convinced Japanese people that Americans eat fried chicken at Christmas. They don't, but the tradition stuck in Japan. That's cultural exchange in its most bizarre form. Coca-Cola's advertising campaigns, beginning in the 1930s and spreading globally, helped standardize the image of Santa Claus worldwide. Coca-Cola didn't invent Santa's red suit, despite popular myth, but their advertisement spread that image to countries that had their own distinct Christmas figures, gradually homogenizing global Christmas imagery. American Christmas movies and television, It's a Wonderful Life, A Christmas Story, Home Alone, Elf, have been exported worldwide, carrying American Christmas culture with them. People in countries with no Snowwatch movies about white Christmases. People in tropical climates sing Let It Snow. American Christmas culture has become, in many ways, default global Christmas culture. But this cultural imperialism has also prompted backlash and resistance. Some countries and communities deliberately maintain their distinct Christmas traditions against American homogenization. Iceland emphasizes its 13 Yule lads instead of Santa. Parts of Germany maintain Christkind traditions. Mexico holds tight to Las Posadas. These aren't just quaint folk traditions, they're cultural resistance, assertions of identity against global commercial Christmas culture. And recently there's been a reverse flow too. American celebration has been influenced by global traditions as America becomes more diverse. Dia de los Tres Reyes, Three Kings Day on January 6th, is now celebrated by Hispanic communities throughout the US and is becoming more widely known. Some African American families have adopted Kwanzaa, created in 1966 by Maulana Karenga as an African diaspora alternative to Christmas. Asian American families bring traditions from their countries of origin, adding more diversity to American Christmas. What emerges from all of this is a picture of Christmas as fundamentally adaptive, fundamentally hybrid, constantly changing as cultures encounter each other. There's no pure, authentic Christmas to return to, not in 1523, not in 1823, not in 1923. Every version of Christmas has been a mixture, a negotiation, a creative adaptation of what came before. Thomas and Margaret in 1523 Yorkshire had a Christmas that was already hybrid, combining pre-Christian Celtic winter solstice traditions with Christian theology, folk customs with church liturgy. They thought their Christmas was ancient and unchanging, but it too was a creation of cultural mixing that had happened over centuries. American Christmas took that mixing and accelerated it, threw together dozens of different national and ethnic traditions in a relatively short time, and created something that no single culture could recognize as purely their own, but that millions of Americans recognize as their Christmas. And now American Christmas is doing the same thing globally, mixing with local traditions, being adapted and resisted and reimagined in different cultural contexts, creating new hybrid Christmases that will themselves be seen as traditional by future generations. Here's my question for you. What Christmas traditions in your family came from somewhere else? Can you trace them back? German cookies, Irish midnight mass, Italian fish dinner, Mexican tamales? And have you added traditions from other cultures that weren't part of your family's original Christmas? Share in the comments, because I think understanding the global hybrid nature of our traditions helps us appreciate both their diversity and their commonality. We're all celebrating something that's been borrowed, adapted, mixed, and made new. That's not a weakness, that's a strength. It means Christmas can belong to everyone, can incorporate everyone, can keep changing to meet new needs while maintaining connection to the past. The story of Christmas is the story of cultural mixing, of immigrants bringing their traditions and adapting them to new contexts, of resistance and adoption, of homogenization and diversity existing simultaneously. It's messy and complicated and sometimes contentious, just like America itself. We've travelled an incredibly long way together, from Thomas and Margaret's dark, cold Christmas in 1523 to our globally influenced, commercially driven hybrid celebration today. We've seen Christmas banned and reborn, simplified and elaborated, made sacred and made secular. We've watched it transform from a religious holy day to a cultural juggernaut that shapes economics, childhood, decoration, food, music, and meaning for hundreds of millions of people. But all of this history, all of these transformations, all of this change, what does it actually mean? What have we lost in 500 years? What have we gained? And most importantly, what do we do with this knowledge? How does understanding where Christmas came from help us celebrate it better, or differently, or more meaningfully? Those final reflections, those concluding thoughts about what all this history means for us today, that's where we need to go to complete our journey. It's Christmas Eve, 2024. You're in your home, warm, bright, comfortable beyond anything Thomas and Margaret could imagine. The tree is lit with LED lights that would seem like magic to people from 1523. Presents are wrapped underneath, more material abundance than a medieval family would see in a lifetime. Music plays from speakers, carrying 500 years of Christmas music evolution in a single playlist. And maybe you're feeling something. Joy, stress, nostalgia, emptiness, wonder. All of these at once. We've travelled 500 years tonight, from darkness to light, from scarcity to abundance, from communal obligation to individual choice, from sacred to secular to somehow both. And now we need to ask, what does it all mean? What have we lost in this transformation? What have we gained? And how do we use this knowledge to create better Christmases for ourselves and for the people we love? Let me start with what we've lost, because that's important to acknowledge. These aren't just nostalgic fantasies about the old days being better. These are real things that existed in 1523 Christmas that are largely gone from modern celebration. We've lost certainty of meaning. Thomas and Margaret knew exactly what Christmas meant. The incarnation of God, the beginning of salvation history, a profound theological mystery. They might not have understood all the Latin theology, but they understood the core. God became human to save humanity. That meaning was shared by everyone in their community. It was unquestionable, foundational. Modern Christmas meaning is fragmented, personal, contested. For some, it's still primarily religious. For others, it's about family. For others, it's about childhood magic. For others, it's about generosity or gratitude or tradition, or just a nice winter celebration. We've gained pluralism, the freedom to celebrate however we want, but we've lost the unified meaning that comes from shared belief. We've lost community obligation and social levelling. Remember wassailing, mumming, the expectation that the wealthy would host the poor at Christmas. That created real, if temporary, wealth redistribution. It forced the rich to see the poor, to interact with them, to fulfill obligations. It wasn't perfect. It was hierarchical and patronizing, but it was something. Modern Christmas charity is mostly voluntary, individual, and distant. We donate to food banks rather than hosting strangers in our homes. We give to causes rather than to actual people we know. This is in some ways more efficient and less patronizing, but it's also less personal, less community building, less effective at breaking down social barriers. We've lost the 12-day extended celebration. Christmas in 1523 wasn't one day. It was a season from December 25th through January 6th, 12 days of reduced work, extended celebration, community gathering. Different days had different meanings and activities. It was long enough to actually rest, to actually celebrate, to actually pause normal life. Modern American Christmas is increasingly compressed. Christmas Eve and Christmas Day, then immediately back to work or normal routine. Some people get more time off, but many don't. And even when we have time off, we're often so exhausted from the build-up, shopping, decorating, hosting, that we can't fully enjoy it. We've traded extended celebration for intense preparation. We've lost physical hardship that made celebration meaningful by contrast. This sounds strange, but hear me out. Thomas and Margaret lived with cold, hunger, darkness, constant labour. Christmas offered brief respite from that hardship. A warmer fire, more food, community instead of isolation, rest instead of work. The contrast made Christmas profoundly meaningful. We live in constant comfort, abundance, entertainment, leisure. We're warm, fed, connected, stimulated all the time. Christmas isn't relief from hardship. It's just a different form of the abundance we already have. This is better for human well-being overall, obviously. But it also means Christmas struggles to be meaningfully distinct from ordinary life. We have to artificially create specialness through decoration and ritual, because our baseline is already so comfortable. We've lost simple trust in tradition. Thomas and Margaret celebrated Christmas the way their parents and grandparents had, without questioning whether they were doing it right or whether it was meaningful enough. Tradition was self-justifying. You did it because it was what you did. We question everything. Is Christmas too commercial? Am I doing enough? Are these traditions authentic? Am I creating meaningful memories? Should I simplify? Am I teaching my children the right values? the reflexiveness, the constant self-examination. This is very modern. It can lead to growth and intentionality, but it also creates anxiety and the feeling that we're always getting Christmas wrong. Those are real losses, things that medieval and early modern Christmas had that ours doesn't. We shouldn't romanticize the past. Thomas and Margaret's Christmas came with poverty, high mortality, religious oppression, and limited freedom. But we also shouldn't pretend that our modern Christmas is purely superior. We've traded some valuable things for what we have now. So what have we gained? What does modern Christmas offer that Thomas and Margaret never experienced? We've gained choice and diversity. Thomas and Margaret celebrated one way, the way everyone in their community celebrated. Deviation wasn't really possible. We can celebrate however we want, religious or secular, traditional or innovative, elaborate or simple, alone or with chosen family rather than just blood relatives. This freedom is enormous. It allows for personal meaning-making, for creating traditions that actually fit our lives and values, rather than just accepting what's handed down. We've gained inclusion and accessibility. Medieval Christmas was Christian Christmas, full stop. If you weren't Christian, you weren't part of Christmas. Modern Christmas, particularly in its secular forms, is accessible to people of all faiths or no faith. Yes, this dilutes some religious meaning, but it also means more people can participate in a celebration of light, in darkness, of generosity, of community, of hope. That's valuable. We've gained material abundance that allows genuine generosity. Thomas and Margaret shared what little they had. That's admirable. But we can give so much more. We can donate amounts that would have been unimaginable to medieval people. We can support causes worldwide. We can help strangers in distant places. The abundance we sometimes feel guilty about. It also enables generosity at scale that medieval Christmas couldn't achieve. We've gained the magic of childhood Christmas. Remember, children in 1523 worked on Christmas Day. Modern child-centered Christmas, with its wonder, its joy, its creation of memories that last a lifetime, that's something new and valuable. Yes, it creates pressure on parents, but it also creates experiences that shape people positively for decades. Those Christmas morning memories, that belief in magic, that feeling of being loved and special, that's real value. We've gained the ability to create meaning intentionally. Thomas and Margaret received their Christmas tradition ready-made. We get to build ours, choosing what traditions to keep, what to discard, what to create new. This is harder, requires more thought and effort. But it also means our Christmas can be authentically ours, shaped by our actual values and needs rather than just inherited obligation. We've gained longer lives to enjoy more Christmases. This might be the biggest gain of all. Thomas and Margaret had maybe a 50% chance of both surviving to age 50, meaning they might share 25 Christmases together if they were lucky. Many of us will live into our 70s, 80s, 90s. We might experience 60, 70, 80 Christmases in a lifetime. More opportunities to create meaning, to share love, to gather with people we care about. That's extraordinary, so we've lost things and gained things. The question is, what do we do with this knowledge? How does understanding 500 years of Christmas transformation help us celebrate better? Here are some thoughts, not as rules, but as possibilities. First, we can release the fantasy of authentic or traditional Christmas. There is no pure Christmas to get back to. Every era has adapted Christmas to fit its needs. You're not obligated to do Christmas the Victorian way, or the 1950s way, or any other way. You can create the Christmas that works for your life, your family, your values. That's not betraying tradition. That's continuing the process of adaptation that's always defined Christmas. Second, we can be more conscious about what parts of modern Christmas actually serve us and what parts create stress without corresponding meaning. Do you actually enjoy elaborate decorating, or do you do it because you feel you should? Do your children need 30 presents, or would 5 thoughtful ones create equal joy with less stress and expense? Does the perfect Instagram-worthy Christmas matter, or does the actual experience of being together matter more? You get to decide. You get to opt out of the parts that don't serve you. Third, we can recover some of what was lost if we want to. Want more community obligation and less isolation? Host people at Christmas who might otherwise be alone. Want more extended celebration and less compressed intensity? Keep some decorations up through January 6th. Spread celebrations across multiple days. Give yourself permission to actually rest. Want more shared meaning? Talk explicitly with family or friends about what Christmas means to you and listen to what it means to them. Fourth, we can embrace the hybrid, multicultural nature of American Christmas. Your family's traditions probably came from multiple countries and cultures. That's not dilution. That's richness. You can honor different cultural origins. You can add new traditions from cultures not originally your own, respectfully. You can create something that reflects the actual diversity of human experience, rather than pretending Christmas is one monolithic thing. Fifth, we can hold commercial and meaningful Christmas in tension rather than trying to resolve it. You can shop for gifts and be critical of consumerism. You can enjoy Christmas lights and be concerned about energy use and climate change. You can participate in commercial culture while maintaining values that transcend it. The tension is fine. The contradictions are fine. They reflect the actual complexity of living in modern capitalist culture while trying to maintain meaning and values. Sixth, we can teach children and remind ourselves that Christmas is historically contingent, not eternal and unchanging. It's been different things at different times. It will continue to change. That doesn't make it less meaningful. It makes it a living tradition, not a dead monument. Being part of that change, contributing to how Christmas evolves, that's not sacrilege. That's participation in history. Here's what I keep coming back to through all of this. Christmas works best when it meets actual human needs. In 1523, it met the needs of people living in poverty and hardship, giving them brief respite, community support, hope of salvation. In 2024, it needs to meet different needs for people living in abundance but also in isolation, anxiety, and meaning searching. Your Christmas should meet your actual needs, not theoretical needs, or what marketing tells you your needs should be. If you need rest, create a Christmas that includes rest. If you need connection, create a Christmas that prioritizes time with people over perfect presentation. If you need meaning, create a Christmas that includes reflection, gratitude, service, faith if that's your thing. If you need joy, create a Christmas that makes space for play, for laughter, for not taking it all so seriously. And if you need simplicity, create a simpler Christmas. You have permission. Thomas and Margaret's Christmas was simpler than ours in many ways. Less stuff, less decoration, less elaborate food. They had hardship we don't have, but they also had an acceptance of limits that we lack. Maybe there's something to learn there. I want to tell you about a Christmas memory that shaped how I think about all of this. I was maybe 12 years old, and my family had been going through financial hardship. We knew Christmas would be smaller than usual, fewer presents, simpler food. I remember my parents sitting us down and explaining, preparing us so we wouldn't be disappointed. And you know what? That Christmas is one of my favourite memories. Not because the presents were great or the decorations elaborate, they weren't. But because we spent more time together. We watched movies, played games, took walks. My parents were less stressed because they weren't trying to create perfect Christmas. They were just being with us. And that presence, that relaxed togetherness, that felt more like Christmas than any elaborate celebration before or since. The things that made that Christmas special, they would have been recognizable to Thomas and Margaret. Being together, sharing what we had, marking time as special even without abundance, joy arising from connection rather than consumption. Those are the constants, the human needs that Christmas has been serving for centuries despite all the surface changes. So here's my final question for you, the one I want you to sit with as we end this journey. What does Christmas need to be for you? Not what should it be, not what tradition says it should be, not what other people expect, but what does it actually need to be to meet your needs, to serve your life, to create meaning and connection and joy for you and the people you love? Maybe it needs to be religious, maybe it needs to be simple, maybe it needs to be elaborate. There's joy in creating beauty and magic. Maybe it needs to be commercial. There's nothing wrong with enjoying shopping and giving. Maybe it needs to be quiet. Maybe it needs to be a big gathering. Maybe it needs to change from year to year as your life changes. You get to decide. An understanding that Christmas has always been changing, that it's been 1,000 different things to different people in different times, that there's no one right way. That should be liberating, not anxiety-producing. Thomas and Margaret had their Christmas. Cold, dark, religious, communal, marked by scarcity and obligation. It worked for them, for their time, for their needs. We have ours, warm, bright, diverse in meaning, marked by abundance and choice. It can work for us if we let it, if we make it ours rather than trying to live up to some imagined ideal. As we end our journey through 500 years of Christmas, I want to thank you for staying with me all this time. 2.5 hours together, travelling from Yorkshire in 1523 to wherever you are now in 2024. I hope this history has given you new perspective on Christmas, on tradition, on change, on meaning-making. I hope it helps you create the Christmas that's right for you. And I hope you'll share this journey with someone else who might appreciate understanding where Christmas came from and where it might be going. Leave a comment with what surprised you most in this story, what changed your perspective, what you'll think about differently this Christmas season. The lights are low now, you're getting sleepy. That's perfect. Let yourself drift off thinking about Thomas and Margaret in their cold house, looking forward to their Christmas feast of barley pottage with a bit of salted pork. They thought they knew what Christmas was, permanent and unchanging. They couldn't have imagined our Christmas, just as we can't imagine what Christmas will be in another 500 years. But they would recognize something in our celebration, I think. The attempt to mark dark winter with light and warmth. The attempt to share what we have. The attempt to create meaning and connection in the face of hardship. Theirs physical, ours often emotional and existential. The attempt to celebrate life, to gather with loved ones, to mark time as sacred, to hope for something better. That's what Christmas has always been. That's what it still is. That's what it will continue to be, in forms we can't yet imagine, for people not yet born, in a future we can't predict. Sleep well, dream of Christmas past and Christmas future, and when you wake, create the Christmas present that serves you best. You're part of this story now, part of the ongoing transformation, part of the river of tradition that flows from the past toward the future, carrying all of us along. Merry Christmas, happy holidays, or just may you find light in darkness, warmth in cold, connection in isolation, and meaning in the season, however you celebrate it. Good night.